Which world? Let's see if this is working. Have we done the thing that we are supposed to do? What we are supposed to do? Very nearly. What we are supposed to. There we go. Bit of feedback. Always, everybody loves the feedback. Well, I don't know. Does everybody love feedback? Some people are like, oh no, don't like it. No, metaphorical feedback rather than the actual hideous screaming of the overloaded amplifier and such like.
Hello.
Nobody enjoys that. Oof, right. Okay. Boof. And we're back into the world of wires, NAND gates, and such like.
Ooh, look who's first.
Hey, it's Butts who's here first. Hey. How you doing, Butts? Is life sweet for you?
Oh, hello, handsome.
Oh, once more she flatters me. What am I supposed to do? Object? I don't think so. I'm going to be like, oh yeah. I'm even going to remember to go to the standard working scene this time. Look at that. Yeah. No messing. All right, shut you down, wake you up. Bit of a zoom in, zoom out, scroll. There we go. Scroll all the way up, showing our achievements.
Isn't that nice
and
for
Michael's
you?
here as well. Butts has to go cook. Oh. Well, knife is not perfect, but still pretty good. Where's the lack of perfection there? Is this nobody's actually just brought you a dinner? Because, you know, and the ability to cook. Sam is raiding. Sam, you've put down your Ragnarok. You've taken a breath. We get the raid. We get the raid shades. We do the thing. And we do Sam a shout because he's a thoroughly wonderful fine. So thoroughly fine chap. There we go. Boff. Alvy. Is it going to do it? It's doing it. There we go. That's not Ragnarok. That's something else. I don't know what it is. What is it, Sam? Okay. So Sam's been playing Ragnarok. And, World of Warcraft. Ooh. I've been clean for a while now, man. Don't drag me back in. It'd be perfect if you were there to cook with your dearest, but not there. See her Friday. Oh, yeah. Nice. Nice. Oh, okay. You're clean as well. Are you okay?
Third place?
Hold
what
on
the
to it,
heck
Sam.
were you thinking? Nah, I'm kidding. Third place is pretty damn cool.
Third place is cool. All right. So Sam has been playing Ragnarok, beating the heck out of some drums and some Vikings. I suggest if you like drums and Vikings and
Hello, handsome.
and let us say gentlemen getting ripped. Oh yes. Go and tune into Sam and watch his body sculpt itself into how many abs do you want. Is it the abs today or was it arm day today? Not unhinged emotes. Okay, Alvy, those look pretty unhinged. They really do. They look, quite unhinged. And Angel, mwah, love you dearly, dear heart. How is it going, says Angel. You lovely people are like an island of calm in a sea of shit. Sections of my life suck balls, and not in a good way. Other sections are less problematic. But yeah, I could do with some things going right for a little while. Yeah. Those are Is it Jen Frosty has changed her? Oh man. Those are okay. Those are distinctly cursed. Those are 100% cursed. Possibly more. Right. Logic. Today, push and pop, it says. Push and pops are instructions as used for moving things on and off a stack. In this level, whoa, what's happening here? Angel has lobbed me 100 shiny bits to love and hug and call George. I will polish them and shine them up and put them on little boxes behind my head. Angel, I love you dearly. Thank you for that. Oh, here for me. Well, I tell you what, I'll bring a towel and coffee. Neck a mug of coffee. And when it gets to the point of me crying on your shoulder, I'll just slap the towel on there so I don't actually mess up your clothes. Right. In this level, you're supposed to add the stack to your computer and write the program and solve the level. Where the input is 0, you should pop a value off the stack and output it. Okay. When the input is not 0, you should push the value on the stack. Okay. All right. So first job, we need to add a stack to our compute my Bob. Second job, we need to add some opcodes to actually deal with that stack, i.e. push and pop instructions. Now, how saucy are we feeling? How saucy are we feeling? Because we could put a stack in there. We built one. There it is, stack, 523 gates, incorporating 256 bytes of RAM and a wee sneaky counter. We've got 6.
Oh, hello, handsome.
Oh, hello, Dota. How are you? Are you doing well? An Angel, I do my best. I would hate to ruin your clothing with salty crystals from tears in the shoulders. That would be awful. Right. So, we have room for some more registers. Now, one of our registers, by means of sneaky schnizzle around here, is our program counter. One of our other registers could be a certain amount of stack pointer, because we've got our address register. That's our output register there. Our address register is essentially this RAM, the address pointer on this RAM. So I could add my custom stack module. There it is. Or I could copy the stuff out of my custom stack module and have it sat down here, meaning that my stack pointer is addressable just as a second register. It's like register number 9. Did I get raided? Dota, I did get raided. I got raided by Sam Wheatley, who is... let's fucking do that. Let's do it again. Here we go. Sam Wheatley. There you go. Right. Who turned up here after playing the Ragnarocky goodness. You should check out Sam for his Ragnarocky goodness and his abs. We know he is a manly man who has a manly chest, and we know this because he never wears a vest. There's a song about that. Right, now, minor problem, it's not actually a big problem, but inside the ALU, this fella here, we've got 2 opcodes notionally reserved for push and pop. Never wore a vest. Never. Yeah. Oh dear. Where is Sparrow Oakhart when we need him? So I could just leave 2 dangling lines in the ALU and hook up push and pop externally back on the main board, as 'twere. I could build in to the stack prefab the push and pop instructions on opcodes 8 and 9. And then don't want that. Actually, let's have a look at the internals of this here stack object. Bok. That is not the stack object. You select stack. Components factory. Fine, you're in a bad mood. Whatever, doesn't matter. Stack. Right. So this fellow, pop line. That there fellow, the pop push line. This fellow, the stack right value. And we would have to do some sneaky shenanigans in here to write the stack register. So I'd have to have a right line come in. So I'm thinking if I copy all of this out and just have it sat on the main board, yeah, I think that's probably safe. Oh, it's safest, but it's very tacky. I mean, it's awfully tacky. Right. There we go. Copy that. Back to the main board. You bog off. Right. Where's my instruction decode? That's on orange. Yeah. And I am going to need access to pink. And purple. Yeah, purple's my destination register. So if I bock this lot down here somewhere, this is my stack. Oof. Right. So let's get some labels in. Pop. Push. Value. Right. Okay. So this green here is my resultant line, and I need to be able to read and write to that. So this fella here, that's the RAM that comes off our address register there. Yeah, save values on the resultant line, which is green. So this is going to be our pop line. Oh, no. Sorry. This is going to be... Yeah. That's going to join the resultant there. But that's going to be multiplexed up. Only when this is hot. Pop line is hot. That's not too problematic. Let's stick a multiplexer in. I can hook in around here somewhere. Or around here somewhere. I actually mean a multiplexer, or do I mean a switch? I probably mean a switch actually. Right. You out, you out. So chonk. All right, you're happy so far. Now, when I say push, I'm only wanting to come straight off the pink line. But that's the pink input line here. So the actual pink data line. which has been post-referenced here for the immediate values. So I actually need to pull all the way from up here. Do I? Yeah, I do. Oh man. Given my green is available there as well, I might want to put the RAM physically over this side. Yep. Nathaniel's doing a lurk. Hello, dear fellow, and I respect your lurk. Thank you very much for that. Let's try that again. Come on. Right. Let's keep a spare copy. Right. So green is going to come out here somewhere. Off the end of that. And we'll tidy up the exact placement in a little while. Everything here is going to move up a bit so that I can get at that pink line. Give it a bit more space. Come on, you. Alright, we've got a meowing cat. Come on, Puddin'. What's up, huh? You come to say hi to all the lovely people on the internet, is that it? You're gonna... Oh, cat weather report. Cat weather report says it's slightly raining outside and pussycats need to come in and be dried off. They do not like a towel, but they do like to be stroked a bit until they are less wet. Go on, off you go. There you go. That's Bear Cat. His brother, not so much with the stroking. He's less of a lap cat. Right, so pink data line, a read. God, now I see why I put it all the way down there. I need the bloody registers. Fine. I can't make my mind up. Why can't I make my mind up? Because my mind is in a bucket. That's how these things are. Brain in a bucket. Right. So. Get rid of this lot. Because it's actually rubbish. And we'll try again. Green line. From the switch. Oh, God, missed. Post immediate as fed to the ALU data line. I'll come down here. Nice. And if I want a write register, I'm going to be able to read from the stack pointer. Wow. I've got an 8-bit delay line, don't want that. 8-bit counter, don't really want that either. 8-bit register. But that has a 1-tick delay on it. So I want to be able to read from the input address immediately and write to the input address immediately. Right. Aha, so there, right, there it is. There is my right address. That's the data I want to be pumping in. Save values actually on here. And the save request is on there. So I need this to be a triple input OR gate. Oof, fun times. Good thing I've got triple input OR gates. And then we'll have a purpley line all the way from register, what are we, register 8, register 9. So register 9 is now my stack pointer. Ooh. Fun times ahead. And I need purple data line to hook into this one with the old mux again. Where's your muxy goodness? Yeah, muxer. Right. That's correct as is. But I need a little more room, little more space to play with. Right, so that's the register select. The actual data comes down on this slightly fatter line that is not actually slightly fatter, but whatever. There we go. And the multiplexer switches according to whether we are writing to register 9 or not. Okie dokie. Cascade also do no. Oh no, hang on, not Cascade. That's still Nathaniel. Ah, not me catching up with everybody. Blimey. All right. So that is that. My pink line, which is parameter 1 in my processor set, can come in there. You can move up a bit like that. Whatever. Right, so notionally, I don't know why that star is there. That's twisting my melon, man. What's that all about? That knows it's a 0. That knows it's a 0. Okay. Some kind of voodoo. Right. Alrighty. Right. Keep an eye on these things. I'm just wondering whether to move this green line up a layer. That's probably wise, because then all of this lot can move down. I don't have to worry about it so much. You can move forwards. The order of these just don't matter. So I can quite happily stick a green line through there. Go like that. Disconnect this fella. Ugh, not like that, quite. Disconnect that fella. Put that there. You, and you can go away. And that can just go all the way across and be a slightly longer down line. There we go. All right. Fewer crossovers means less confusion, means my brain has less of a bad day. Most of the time, anyway. Come on. All of this lot, please. Okay. Right. So the only thing that needs to be wired up now is our push and pop signals. Root. Somewhat annoyingly, those are being decoded in the ALU, but they are not being decoded out here. Now, I could run specific pop signals from the ALU, but frankly, that sucks balls, so I'm not going to do it. Does mean I need a subsidiary decoder down here. It's not a tricky one. It's not a tricky one at all. I only need to give a damn about the first few bits. I need to mask off the others to say, oh no, none of that. But if we look in here at the arithmetic logic unit, ALU2, because it's our second one. Right. So, what we have here, essentially 8 and 16 say not the right instruction, and the correct combination of 1, 2, and 4 give the right instruction. So this one, my opcode, what do I want? Yeah, I want opcode 6 and opcode 7. 6 and 7. Or I could use one of these guys up here, but 6 and 7 is nice and neat, so that's what I'm going to do. Bit of extra circuitry. Don't like it quite so much, but, well, needs must when the devil drives and all of that. So there's my opcode coming down. Byte splitter. Uh, 3 to 8 decoder. I'll hook these fellas up. Oops, missed. Right, you can have orange lines. So 6, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so we have declared that 6 is push, and 7 is pop. That's how it's going to be. Right, but what we do not want is any of the other instructions. Right here, 8 and 16 do not want to trigger that at all. So if either 8 or 16 are hot, we want our 6 line to go low, and that's what we use an OR gate for here. If either 8 or 16 go hot, this one goes cold. Actually, I think I'll change some colors there. It's just because it's a different function. Right. Woof. Right, so notionally, we've now wired that up. Is there a nicer way of doing it? Not really. It's a bit tacky, but hey, it'll do. So, if I set right at the beginning of my RAM the value 6, that should be a push. And I've got basically 2 useless parameters there. 6 is my opcode, means push. 177 is the value, V1. V2, ignored. Destination, ignored. So if I then step it, right, there we go, we got a problem. First off, our push line is hot, that's cool. The data line should be saying 127, but isn't, because something's gone horribly wrong somewhere. Short circuit. Oh god, yeah, alright, fine, you lot. Right, don't know why that was there. Right, pink is showing 127. Why is this showing 0? Now I'm confused. Oh, I hooked this into the wrong place? I don't think so. It's going straight with the same number that goes into the ALU. Oh, man.
Oh.
Hi,
Hello,
Blinkster.
handsome.
Ah, flattering me again, you lovely fella. How are you today? Right, that says the ALU is active, which notionally it should be. Oh, derp, of course. Right. What I'm doing here is I'm not passing 127 in. I'm asking for register 127 because neither of these immediate lines are doing what I was expecting because they're upside down. So I would like 6 plus 64, which is 70. Change that. And step it. There we go. So now my immediate line is kicking and I've put it on the wrong register. It's actually 6 plus 127, which is 133. That's better. Right. God, blimey. And that means read immediate. Okay. Whew. Robin, hiya. How you doing? Dinner has been made for butts. Excellent. Now to consume it, I shall consume a small amount of mine as well. I have a baked potato. It's very nice. Blinkster's looking good. Eurovision on. Thought there must be something better to watch. I really cannot comment. I'm just going to smile, nod my head, and say, yep. Frankly, I really would hope I'm doing better than Eurovision. I mean, wow. Okay, although this is giving me a concern, I was rather hoping that I would have a 127 in here somewhere when I step this. but it doesn't. Why does it not? What is wrong? Okay, so have I actually wired this up correctly? Well, no, because neither my push nor my pop line is hot at this point. Well, 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 why? No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's because I'm an Egypt and I can't count. I've been given a 5. Yeah. It's what happens when you try and make up opcodes on the fly. Now we see the violence inherent in the system. But this is a Google t-shirt. It's from back in the day when they were still running the do no evil concept. These days, well, frankly, an organization that surreptitiously removes the phrase do not do evil from their company policy kind of gives me the fear. And why do you do that? Why have you just gone for the we're not going to swear to do no evil? Oh, hello. That should have made a noise, shouldn't it? Let's try that again. It's not doing its thing, or rather it's probably doing its thing incredibly slowly. Remember that time we had a 4-minute delay? That's not what you want, is it? Right, let's see if we can get a meow out of this. Okay, yep, Google definitely doing some evil adjacent stuff. What kind of suit trouble do I get? Do not know. Could be anything.
Waste tank critical.
Yeah, I got suit trouble already just for wearing the t-shirt. I suppose I may well do, yeah. That was pressure critical. Oh, okay, it's true. Okay, I said he's working. That's good. I thought it was all broken. Okay, so I have successfully pushed a value. Nice. That's a good start. So I do actually need to write some opcodes. I need to write well, push and push immediate, basically. So let's do that. Add an opcode. Well, it's 128 plus 6, 134. Push immediate. And we don't care about the other two. Right. And if it's not that, it's going to be push a register. And then we are going to go pop register, because we are not allowing, strangely enough, pop immediate, because that's ridiculous. So if I say pop R002, that should pop the value off the stack and put it in registers 2. Push immediate 126. 334, can't do that. 134. Push immediate 27, pop, R003. I've got to find out a way I can eliminate these zeros somehow. There's got to be a way of doing it. Hey Scorus, how you doing there? Alrighty. So notionally, push 134, then 27 onto the stack, and then pop the 27 into register 2, pop the pop 3 into pop the 134 into register 3. So we go boof, boof, boof. So we should now have in our stack. Oh, we only got 27. Ooh, well, that ain't right. Why didn't this kick off? Why did you not kick off? Start again. First instruction, 27. What? Checks RAM. Push immediate. Well, oh, yeah, all right, fine. I need to fill in the bloody zeros, don't I? Because otherwise it ruins everything. Can it do add reg 1 with a push value? Robin, do you mean a push value or a pop value? Like add and then push? Or do you mean add register 1 and the value off the top of the stack? Oh no, what's going on, Skurus? Oh, Stationeers is causing you grief and horror. What's the problem there? Is it evil? Oh, it doesn't. Just. Hang on. Push immediate. 134.
Look at the size of that thing.
Oh, why? 132. No, hang on. Push immediate should contain the value 134 and on and of in and of itself. Push immediate duck, and then let's say 66 pair of zeros, right? Why has that come out like that? That's because I put a capital P on the front of this. That was not expected. So I had put in a no opcode. Whoops. Right. Designing this your own assembler stuff is bloody annoying, tricky stuff. Right. I don't know if that's needed though. Like add immediate, push 1, register 3. It would add 1 to the value from the stack and store it in register 3. So if I consider the contents of stack top as a register, and I could do that. It's doable. It's a bit of an interesting one. I wouldn't want to automatically pop anything at that point, although I could do it. It's a slightly unusual processor architecture there, So you'd you'd access register 11 or whatever, and when you read from it, it automatically pops, and when you write to it, it automatically pushes. Not. Oh yeah, you meant pop. I know what you meant. It's cool. That's not actually an awful concept. All right, let's consider. So register something is the stack pointer. Register something else
Oh, hello, handsome.
is stack top. So you would. Oh, hi, Widsinger. How you doing? So if you wrote to register something else, it would automatically fire up the push line or the pop line. Yeah, if you wrote to it, it would fire up the push line with the resultant value. And if you read from it, it would fire up. Now you read from it, you'd fire up the pop line. You write to it, you fire up the push line. Oh, you got some entertaining possibilities there. What you could say, add immediate 27 whatever's on the top of the stack, write it to register 3. You could, of course, then go add stack top again, write that to register 3. So you could put 2 pulls in there in one tick, and I do not think that's going to work. I don't think that would behave as expected, because I don't think I could pull twice. I don't think I could pop twice in one tick. Ooh. Yeah, exactly. A push would be add something and refer to the stack as your destination register. It's not the processor architecture I've built, but I could do. It could be built that way. Right now, I've hooked in the stack pointer as a register. So I should be able to write to register whatever this is. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 9. Right. Oh yeah. Register 8 is the RAM address register. I'm hoping none of these are active. Ooh, that's hot. Why is that hot? That shouldn't be hot. That should be hot at all. That is not hot. Okay, brief pause while I work out what the hell's going on here. So my 27 is on my result line. Why is 27 on my result line? Some crap that's left over from before. Okay. Right. So, some of these I'm just going to have to get rid of because they are leftovers from the original. And I have utterly forgotten which ones. Ooh, not good. Probably the numbers with those in. I'll define hot. It has a true value in it. So here, register 8 is because 27 is coming in here. register 8 is saying, yep, I need to write something to this particular register. So it's actually trying to write to register 27. But the 16 line isn't hooked to anything, so right. So let's do that again. Push I 9900. Stop that. Okay. Stop it. I said stop it. Ooh. And we're down here. And we step it. And we step it. So it's pushed 66 and 99. Everything else is clean because it should be. We've got properly based, proper register it. Information going on. Are we actually trying to write to register 0 there? I don't think we are. Load 1, load 2. The save line is again warm, but it's not put anything in there that wasn't there before. So let's put 1, 2, 3, and 4 in there. See where those end up, because I have a horrible feeling it's all going to go manky on me. So push 66, push 99. Hasn't ended up in any of my registers. That's good. Does this game include physical temperatures as well? Oh, goodness me, no. Not so far. Nothing like that's turned up, which is, yeah, for which relief, much thanks. Right. So now pop register 1 0 0. Pop register 2 0. Okay. You can close down. And we'll try this again. Push, push. And now we should get pop. Didn't work. Short circuit, bit switch. Alright, so where are we dead? Hang on, I'm going to swap these out. Can't tell red from orange. Wow. So all the way along the green line, we're doomed from here. RIT. So we've got a 99 on that one. And the ALU line is also driving, although it really shouldn't be. Right. So our ALU disable essentially should kick off if either of these two go live as well, because we've got some external decoding going on. So let's have a look inside the ALU. See if there's anything sneaky we can do here. Right, so ALU disable. Well, that's ALU enable at this point. We could put some kind of gatage in here that says, yeah, but not if these two are running. It's a bit tacky. It is a bit tacky. The whole thing's looking awfully tacky at the moment. Would have been nice to put the stack inside the ALU, but then I wouldn't have access to the register data in quite the same way. I wouldn't be able to write directly to a register. Write directly to the stack pointer. I could sacrifice the ability to write. Oh, it's awful. Yeah, we're looking on the second hack at this point. If I put the stack inside the ALU, I can do away with some of the decode logic, but I lose the ability to write to the stack pointer. Do I care? I mean, I do a bit. Yeah. Okay. Right. So I need a line coming up from all the way down here. And if either this one or this one go live, the ALU must not. Right, so I'll move you out a bit so we've got room to play. Will you just... Oh, what a mess. Fine, we'll just go up like that and like that. So right now, we've got a line that says ALU enabled whenever that's disabled, and that's fine. And we've got a line that says the comparator kicks off when that line is enabled. That's fine. You like a vintage look. Excellent. I'm glad of that. This is, as computers go, this is it's pretty vintage. It really is. One might even call it primitive. So if I stick an AND gate in here, it's got to be that one, and I put a NOR gate down the bottom. We can hook that like that, and have one coming off there, and one coming off there. So if neither of these are hot, that'll be cool. That'll be good, and it'll give me a nice one. And there's a down here. Missed. Look at that. Completely just didn't. Imagine if your channel tunnel fellas had managed that. There would be some embarrassment, wouldn't there? Right. So now the ALU is not live at this point, and we should not get, shall we say, a conflict of interest, although we do have, somewhat annoyingly, a green line crossing over itself. Let's give you a horrible colour instead. There you go. Okay. Start everything back to its beginnings again. Push a value. Push another value. Right, now this is where it went wrong last time. Pop a value, and that's gone into register 0. Pop another value, and that's also gone into register 0. think that's what I asked for. I think I asked for register 1 and register 2, but I asked badly because I put that as one of my input registers and not my output register, so that'll be that. Let's try that again, shall we? Push, push, pop, pop. Nice. Okay. Right, push and pop are correct. So we'll try writing to the stack pointer. What the hell did I use for writing to the stack pointer? Oh yeah, I used add immediate, didn't I? Add two numbers, 27 and 0. Those are two inputs, and the output is register 9. So, and then we will push immediate 111. Right, push, push, pop, pop, right. Okay. So that's coming in there as a 9. I think that's right at all. Add immediate, and it should be coming out. Should be coming out on this one. Eight and 1. I said, why have I not hooked? What the heck in heck have I done here? This is ridiculous. I must have been asleep when I built this. Wow. Whoa, dude. All right, I've carefully hooked up a whole bunch of registers, but I haven't actually hooked up the frickin' data lines from them, have I? I mean, wow. Ah, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. And words to that effect. Okay. Looks good for you. Yeah, but see here, this decoder is not eating the lowest 3 bits. Yeah, it's a 3-bit decoder. There you go. But all I've done for the second line, I need to feed in these lads over here. Right, so you see, I haven't got room. You out. Damn spot. Come here. Come on. Right. So, this has all gone a bit pear-shaped. So we need another line up here like that. All right, you're out of the way. That's fine. You sideways on. And let's make you a nice bright color. So you see what's going on. Bit 1 to bit 1, bit 2 to bit 2, bit 3 to bit 3. Right. So here we got a 2 coming in. That's fine. Push, push, pop, Man. Try again. There. All right. Okay. So 2's coming in this side, but because the disable line is running, yeah. I'm not sure there was another byte splitter there. There might have been. There would have been another way to do it. Actually, that might be an easier way to do it. Certainly a... Yeah, let's actually... You're quite right. Let's do it that way. Okay. Another byte splitter. And they're not expensive gate-wise or delay-wise or anything like that. Right. You can come out, turn sideways, go in there. Out you come. Go in there. Right. Grey line, purple line, pink line. Let's do all the purples while we're there. Purple, purple, purple. It's a quite a tacky way of doing it again, but it does work. Pink. Right. Okay. Gods forbid that in this particular case we would ever want any more than 16 registers. And we could do it. Wouldn't even be tricky, but... Actually, hang on. Has any of the other architectures given us a 4 to 16 line decoder? I could always build one, couldn't I? Just build a little thingy that eats a 4 to 16 lines. Totally doable. Make this all out of prefabs and ready built pieces. However, right, stop that. Let's try again. Push, push. Pop into register 1, pop into register 2. Write, in theory, to the stack pointer. Well, clearly I've forgotten my bloody opcodes. Add immediate 27 and 0, write to register 9. Now register 9 is alive there, so that's good. Why am I getting 9 in this one? Oh no, that's correct. Green is my resultant line. I want the green resultant of the ALU line in here, not the purple data register line. That's just mank. Going meow. Robin says you could think to move them even more together with no gap in between. These two byte registers. I could possibly... Coffee. Thank you, Dweller. Coffee.
Let the feast begin.
And more feasting. Thank you. Decoders. Yeah, probably could, but I think they might be a little bit less readable at that point. I wouldn't be able to work out what was going on. I'm already pondering turning this into a prefab, because I don't have anything in here as a 4 to 16. I don't think so. 32 bits. Oh, God, no, right. No. So I could shove them together, but yeah, I'm quite happy with the gap down the middle for the moment. It helps keep my brain working at least a little bit as to which register bank, so to speak, we are in. Right. So that line there is pants. That's a big old set of pants. What I actually want...
That's no moon.
Bloody hell, Dweller, you're right. There's no moon here at all. I don't even know where we'd get a moon at this time of night. Okay, catch you soon, sweetheart. Best beloved going out to do good works in the community. Right. So I am actually going to change that. Ponk, ponk, honk. Right, there we go. Oh, one more. There we are. Right, try that again. Push, push, pop, pop, right. So that kind of didn't do it. It's written it in there. So what happens if I then do another push? Did I already put another push in there? Yes, I did. Right, and then push. Where did it put it? Okay, it put it in the right place. That's not so bad. Yeah. Okay, Dweller, which moon are we going to look at? Which moon do we want? Snack time. Going to have some snack. It's not so much a snack, I'm afraid. This one's actually a proper meal. Life is rough. Proper baked potato. Okay. So, I can successfully write to my stack pointer. Could I read from it if I wanted to? Don't know. Not really without this formation here. But I could do that. Alright, I suppose I better put that in there if I want to read from the stack pointer at any point. See what I did there? Okay. Okay. Pair of switches. Might as well just copy these two. And you're going to sit like that there. Only there's no room for you to sit like that there. Because I need a pink line and a grey line to come down this way. So I'm going to move all of this lot down a bit. Tick, 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 tick. And all of this lot too. Tick, 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 tock. Something like that. And before anybody asks, no, I do not have a TikTok account. I'm terribly sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm sure that TikTok is a wonderful and delightful institution, but who wants to live in an institution? Right. Pink line. Ooh. Oh. No room for pink line. Ooh. I'm yak shaving. No. Thank you, Delithia. How are you? Coffee. So now I've got to move my RAM block back a little bit so that I can have some room for my switches, so that I can hook up my stack pointer Oh man, come on you. Wait, stop being a dick. Right. Getting that. I think I want these back even further so that there's room for that OR gate in the right place. No. Sometimes the interface on this leaves a little to be desired. Mostly it's just fine. Okay. How do I express negative numbers in binary? What about decimals? Oh my. Right. That's actually a biggie. Talithia's asking now. Got me learning how to read numbers in binary. Can use some practice. Heard of understanding, and now you have questions. Right. So, So a number here is a 1 and a 2 and a 4 and an 8. There's your number in binary. Now, when you want a negative number, you set the top bit, bog. So that's listed as 128. I was hoping that was going to show me something different. No, that won't give me that. I can... 2's complement, somewhere down here. Negative numbers in binary. All right. Decimals is a biggie. We'll get to that in a bit. Negative numbers is important as well. So, this bit here, way to represent numbers is discovered called 2's complement. The standard way to represent negative numbers in modern computers. How it works... if I can find the right section of this here game, will it let me do this? That's hex. 128. Right, okay. Focus on the top left-hand corner of the screen here. Go to the negative numbers something. Is there actually a level I can use all the way down the bottom here, isn't it? What's that going to be? Opcodes, wire spaghetti, wide instructions, white constants, equality, maze, add 5, immediate values, program, calculations, instruction decoder, component registers, arithmetic. Oof. Right, let's try this. Oh, bloody hell. Right, okay, we'll just do this. Right, thank you, Robin. Oh, the level search. Oh, I didn't even thought of that. So, negative numbers, we've got our bits here. When we want to represent something negative, we set the top bit, and then it's essentially minus this number plus all the others. So that's 127 because it's minus 128 plus 1. Minus 128 plus 2 is 126. And so you can now see that with 8 bits, you can't represent minus 255 to plus 255. You can only see half of the number because there's a certain beardy twit in the way. Thank you. Oi, you, beardy. Out of bloody way, mate. Come on. You going to move? Come on, move. Do as you're told. Can I do that? Can I do that? Are you going to move? It doesn't move because every time I try and move it, it selects something else instead. One moment, all you lovely chums. Come on, do as you're told. Sod it. Right, what we're going to have to do to get this done in a sensible amount of time without me suddenly having to work out how to use orbs again, I'm just going to do that. Right, can't see me. I'm invisible. All right, ready, Delethea? So, normally, Bok, my 8 bits,
This is where the fun begins.
heck yeah, would go up to plus 128, and I would be able to represent as an unsigned number 0 to 255. Negative numbers, you set the top bit. Always a negative number has the top bit set, and then you add on the other numbers. So -1 is minus 128 plus all the others, which add up to 127. Now, one of the joyful bits here is that if I add this using a standard adding concept to 1, you can see it all cascades up. And what I would actually end up with is 0, because all the bits set plus another bit, bang, ching, would be the next bit set up here. And you'd carry on. So you go a 0. So -2 plus 2, which would be like that, also adds up to 0. -2 plus 3 would add up to 1. So the sums just work if you set that and then add the other numbers to it. How's that for making sense so far? Are we winning? Right. Decimals. It's actually relatively easy to represent what we call fixed point decimals. If you write down 6 digits on your just any old notepad, let's actually fire up Notepad. But what makes the -128? It's all in the mind. You literally have a concept in your processor that says, like, this is a signed or an unsigned number. So you might actually have 2 different opcodes. Add numbers as if they are unsigned, add numbers as if they are signed. But that bit remains the same. So in the memory, -128 and 128 look the same. You've got to know whether it's a negative number or a positive number. So when you're doing your code, you're compiling your whatever it is. Let's call it C or C# for now. You might have a thing that says int. That would be defined as normally a signed integer, +2 billion to -2 billion. If you want it to be unsigned and go from 0 to 4 billion, then you would call it a uint. Give me a moment while I swap to here. Pop that open. And turn that on. I said turn that on. Did that work? Nearly. Right, Notepad. Everybody loves Notepad. Right. So, you'd have int, uint, normally these days 32 bits. So that's 2 to the power 31, or the range would be -2 to the power 31 to plus 2 to the power 31. Give or take. I might be 32 bits. Range 0 to 2 to the power 32 minus 1. So, if I add uint 1,000,000 plus 1. Actually, let's just cheat. I'd say 128 plus 128. And we'll make these bytes. Unsigned byte. Not many languages have that, but we're pretending. What I would get out the back end is 256, which is an overflow. I can't store that in a byte, and I would actually get 0, and my program would probably fall to pieces, and everything would go horribly wrong. If it's still a byte, I can't have a byte of 128. It's not a value that I can have. I can have byte 8 bits. Range minus 128 to plus 127. Plus 128 is not a value representable in 8 bits. I need more bits. ubyte 8 bits. Let's get them all consistent. Range 0 to 255. Okay, right. Comfy? Everybody happy? Right. Decimals. Let's start with some in standard base 10. The number 123,456, all represented by the place value. So I can easily represent either. I can represent that in my 32-bit value. So let's have this as an int frog equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nice. But that's an integer. It says so at the front. What if I wanted the number decimal toad 123.456? See, now notionally all I've done is inserted a mental decimal point here. And what if I want 1.23456 or 1234.56? So all I really need at this point for my decimal is a thingy that says your point value goes somewhere. Now, we do that in engineering by saying 1.23 times 10 to the 3. So that will be 1.23 times 1,000, which is 1,230. Okay. Getting the hang of it? So here, I have a number, 1.23 times 10 to the 3. But I know, notionally, that this is never going to go above 9. There's no point in me having 17.23 times 10 to the 3 when I would actually have 1.723 times 10 to the 4. See how we're going? So I always have a number which starts with one digit, then has a decimal point, then has some other digits, and I don't really need the times 10 to the power. I know that bit. So I need to store a digit, some more digits as much accuracy as I want, and another number telling me how many times to shift it sideways. Because if you've got your binary going on, shift left times 2. If you're in decimal, 1 digit to the left is times 10. How's this going for you, Delethea? Everybody else looking at how this works? So what we have now is a thing where the decimal point can sort of drift back and forth, up and down the number here. So I could put it anywhere I want. Then there, and I can store that as 1.23. Okay, so that will be 1.23 times 10 to the power 1. I found it'd be 10 to the power 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's have another one. 12.6 is 1.2345 times 10 to the power 1. I'll copy that line. I say poof, 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 poof. Dot. 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 Hi. Right. So we start off with our representation. 1 digit, a mental decimal point, more digits, and we would store that as 1 digit, mental decimal point, more digits, and a shift value of 0. Don't move it. This one, 2 digits, a mental decimal point, some more digits, but we store it as 1 digit, but we're shoveling it sideways by 1. We're multiplying it by 10 at the back end. This one, we multiply by 10 squared, 100. This one, we multiply by 10 cubed, 1,000. Multiply by 10,000, multiply by 100,000. 10,000. Have I got this right? 12,000. No, something's wrong. Multiply by 10, multiply by 100, multiply by 1,000. That'll be it. Right. So, how's everybody doing? Have we still got questions? Recognise that from university, stored in a dark place of your head. Seemed forgotten. I'm listening, Corvid. How you doing? We're explaining how floating point works, because you can see how this decimal point floats around in the number. So instead of having decimal, what it's called is float. Bonk. Yeah. Yeah. Right. So if I said to you that I could represent any number between about, if I had 6 digits here and 1 digit here, I could represent it as 6 digits, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1 more digit. Let's give that 7. So 8 digits here. I could represent. No, sorry. Let's go 6 and 2. I can go anywhere from 0.0000 times 10 to the 0 up to 9.99999 times 10 to the 99. So that gives me a heck of a range on my floats. That's why it's called a float. There you go, Corvid, because the point floats about a bit. If you've got a calculator and you just type in a massive number, like, 1.6 times 10 to the 19, it's not going to try and put 19 zeros on the end. Essentially, yeah, this effectively says how many zeros. How much to shift that point to the right by. Now, we've all done this in base 10 because that's what we normally use for our finger counting. But of course, it works just as well in binary. So if I have 1.011 times 2 to the power of 1.111, that's a 7. That's a number. So we now know that what we actually want is 10011, and we shift the decimal point this way 7 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's our resultant number. Normally, inside your 32-bit float, you would have 24-bit exponent, 8-bit mantissa. The 8-bit mantissa means that you can essentially have up to 255 values here. And because floats are pretty much always inherently signed, you tend to get that running from minus 128 to plus 127, because of course you can also represent this. If I consider that as a minus 7, I can also do that. Actually, it's quite a few more than that. Should be 6 zeros on the front because I've started there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so that's a very tiny number. The sums to do floating point are slightly more problematic, but they're no more problematic in binary than doing it all in base 10. Did any of that make no sense at all? Was any of that absolute nonsense, or did it make sense and you guys are going, oh... Right. Thanks, Robin. Glad of that. Yeah, get your calculator out. And yeah, 6.4 E36 is exactly, 6.4 times 10 to the power of 36. You can have a look at the numbers there. And then if you want to do it in computing, you just do the same in base 2. So it's 2 to the power of rather than 10 to the power of. And you work with ones and zeros. Right. If we're done and dusted there, as Delethea's probably died. Oh dear. I'm hoping that you're okay out there, Del. Your brain hasn't just gone blah. Right. Let's switch that back off. We can always call it up again if you want. And switch me back on, because I am clearly the most important thing in this. Me and my beard. Although I'm a little annoyed that I can't easily move the bloody camera around. I shall work out why that doesn't work later. Your pulse reads -4. Ooh. That's less than sensible. So do we need to call a necromancer? But you did get it. Okay. Again, call on me if you need some more information. I will do my best to make it well, I'd say comprehensible, but who knows about that. Right, the plot. Okay, yeah, Delethea, and indeed anybody else, if you've got questions, always ask. If I understand how it works, I will explain. If I do not understand how it works, then we shall do a learn together, and it will be great. So, I was putting in some gubbins here so that I could write, so that I could read from my stack pointer to the rest of my compute mabob. Boop, boop, boop. And also boop, boop, boop. And you as well. How did you escape? You're supposed to escape, right? In that case, Butts has a question. Oh, Corvid, what the meaning to life, the universe, and everything? Oh, Corvid, do you want it in binary or decimal, mate? Come on, you know this one. Oh, hang on. There you go. Took me a little while. You want hex? You're just a problem cat, you are. Right. So that would be, yeah, that would be 2.5. 2.10 even. 2A. There we go. So 42 decimal equals OX 2A. About this, Mr. Genius making it look easy. Bah, humbug. I am a genius by 2 points only, and that only depends on which scale you use as well. Yeah, don't worry. You're just a trouble cat. But you have a question. Tell us of your question. You work for a software company who have pretty much zero testing documentation. Not good. They've put you in charge of system testing and UAT. I'm rubbish with acronyms, mate. I've got no idea what UAT is. Some 22-year-old girl with no software training whatsoever. You're 22. I am surrounded by children. What do you do? Right. Okay, yeah, Dweller. Not quite the grandpa yet, but I'm working on it. Okay, but this is actually a social engineering problem rather than a software one. Do you know what the system is supposed to do? Because unless you've got a set of targets and goals and success criteria, you don't know what you're testing. Is it supposed to, turn out left-handed blivets at 200 an hour? Is it supposed to make something green turn pink? Unless you have that level of documentation that says, when I press this button, it is supposed to, you don't have any criteria. It's time to start writing someone. Step 1, success criteria. How do you know when the software is performing correctly? Step 2, how to test inputs to the software to determine whether it performs correctly given those inputs. Step 3, how to stress test the bastard. The joke is a software QA bunny walks into a bar. They order a pint. They order 2 pints. They order 3 pints. They order 7 pints. They order 1,000,000 pints. They order -1 pints. They order 0 pints, and they order an aardvark. If the barman responds correctly with a pint, 2 pints, 3 pints, 7 pints, barfs on the suggestion of 1,000,000 pints, 0 pints, and -1 pints, and looks at you funny when you order an aardvark, your software is probably working correctly. Winning. The joke then continues that a software user walks into the same bar, asks to use the toilets, and the entire pub explodes. Yeah, it's like Robin says, that's a big ask. You're going to have to go around and talk to some people. I hate to say it, you're going to have to actually do the interacting with humans shit. A rubbish idea, right? Somebody somewhere knows what the software is supposed to do. Got to find out. Yeah, stage 1, success criteria plan. Stage 2, test plan to test those success criteria with the stage 2A as a list of possible inputs. If you're trying to do this with unit testing or automated testing, that's a thing. If you're not, and it's all human-based, things will probably be a little bit easier. Yeah, clogged toilet, dangerous. Yeah, the thing is, Corvid, it's funny because it's true. We get that kind of sort of gubbins happening pretty much all the time. Somebody comes in and says, I tested it and it worked. What you did was you did positive testing. You tested that the shiny new piece of software, when given ideal inputs, gave ideal outputs. You did not try and kick it to death by feeding it poison and see what happens next. Because very few people do. They mostly well, of course it's going to break. Yes, it is. And it's got to break neatly. It's got to give an error that says, I broke in the following ways because you fed me poison, you bastard. Did the test case include asking for 1.5 beers? Ooh, let's see, Aliana's come up with a good one. That's it. I did not foresee that on the test plan, because 1.5 beers is perfectly legitimate thing. The barman should be able to pour me a pint and a half. Even more fun, the barman should be able to pour me 3 halves if I ask, rather than giving me a pint and another half. It's, that's the kind of fun thing. Barman's all asked for 3 halves, give over 1 pint and 1 half, and you're like, well, technically you're correct, you get. Yeah, the point of testing is to break it. The point of testing is to try and kick your software unconscious. It's like the point of testing a mathematical theorem. Your job here is not to find evidence that it's true, but to find evidence that it's false. You're trying to falsify a theorem, and here you're trying to falsify the premise that your software is functional. Oh, here we go. True story, says Aliana. A widescreen TV shop that had a website with an issue. The quantity was a text box. The billing system truncated to integers. The ordering system rounded to nearest. You could order half a television and get 1 for the price of 0. Ouch. Oh my. That's icky. Okay, but your sister works there as a software engineer on one of the pieces. Brilliant. So that's a place to start. You're supposed to be testing the web UI. The solution, try catch any error. Ooh, Robin. Ooh, ew. I have to go for a wash now. That's nasty. So yeah, but you should be able to quiz your sister and say, what does your part do? Your web UI. It's a lot more human scale than some pieces of software you might be testing. So that's marginally less problematic. Hey, sweetheart. But, so yeah, you're going to be putting in human scale things. They do unit testing without documentation, right? In which case, I'm assuming that you are not top of the tree at that software company, that there are other people slightly further up the food chain. This is the point where you might actually want to cough politely and say, I can't do some of this without written docs, or at least some clues. If they say your job is to write the docs, it's like, right, well, you're not going to get any testing done for the first 3 months or whatever, because I'll be busy writing the documents to find out what the testing should achieve. Yeah. Hell, it's... Yeah, Robin, it's the kind of thing that happens. I mean, yeah. There is the tale of the Ariane, where we lost an entire rocket because somebody got their head confused and slapped a minus sign in the wrong place. There is the tale of the Patriot missile that will never, ever, ever hit its target because it does all its sums in round microseconds. And dividing by 1,000 is not possible neatly in binary. Everything comes out irrational, so all of its maths are wrong all the time. So your line manager is quitting because too high of a work pressure. Oh, but it is possibly impolitic for me to suggest right on minute 1 that you start looking for other employment. So I won't suggest it. My eyebrows, however, are making suggestive movements. See what I mean? "25 people in total, not spoken a single word to the big boss." That's not unusual. I mean, it's not usual either. A CEO of a company would normally at least ponder speaking to a new hire and saying, "Hello, lovely to have you with us." I mean, I think it's lovely to have you with us here, and all I am is some spod on the internet. I would hope that the chum signing your paychecks... Someone is signing your paychecks, right? I mean, they are actually getting signed as opposed to not getting signed. One would hope. So how long have you been? How long have you been there so far? So if you've been there like 20 minutes or something, I can understand that your boss hasn't got around to saying hi yet. But if it's been a month or so, it's kind of getting to the point where somebody should mention it. Right. So we're going to move this a little bit forwards. We've moved it back a bit. That one. That one. Chonk. Chonk. Right, I'm going to close this door as well. Sorry. One. Okay. There we go. Been there enough. It could have said it high at least once. Yeah. 4 or 5 months. Wow. See, this is the point where you should at least have had... Have they just put you on testing? Because if you've been there 4 to 5 months, or is it 4.5 months? Even then, delete it. I'm sorry, mate. Yeah, it's not in the recipe book. We don't know how to make an aardvark. We can do your zombies, we can do your gin slings, but aardvark's not in the book. Don't know how to do it. Talked with your sister about the future of the company. She's not too hopeful. I am not a doctor. I do not play one in TV. I am a software engineer. I don't think I've played one on TV, but, you know, I've been interviewed on TV, but that doesn't really count. I do not like the smell around the company description you are giving me. Unit testing, no documentation. How do they know when the unit testing is successful? And something somewhere tells it, well done, that worked. Hey Shifty, how you doing? Tequila, habanero, grapefruit and lime. Hang on a minute. Is that an aardvark? Is that actually the aardvark cocktail, Shifty? Because, you know, frankly, that would be pretty awesome. May not be a medical doctor. I could be a time-travelling doctor. Oh, you think I need a sonic screwdriver and a TARDIS? I wouldn't say no. And frankly, I could really go a bit of time travel. I could solidly use a smidge of time travel right now. Okay. The usual joke is that everybody goes back and kills Hitler on their first trip out, and then somebody has to go and fix it, because you don't just kill Hitler. It's not a good idea. Apart from anything else, if you kill Hitler, there's no World War II, there's no transistor revolution, and frankly, it gets a little twitchy as to whether you get time travel. So, yeah, don't do that. Also, Hitler is absolutely frickin' badass at fighting time-travelling assassins by now. He's frickin' deadly. So, yeah, don't do that. Me, my first trip would be back to 2016. You know, the last of the nice years. A shot of habanero. Okay, right, Delethea. Here's Shifty with your aardvark. Yeah, tequila aardvark. Oof. Yeah, take a long one. Why not? A shot of habanero. Now, to me, a habanero is a spicy pepper. Not just a bit spicy, but quite spicy. Am I missing something, or is it actually a shot of habanero? Yeah. No, but you're right. 2016. Harambe went down. We lost Bowie. We lost Lemmy. Things just started to fall apart. And we are right in the middle of it. I think it's Keats, is it? Things fall apart. The centre cannot hold. No, that's a novel. Doop. The Second Coming by William Butler Yeats. Yes. Things fall apart. Centre cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loosed upon the world. The blood-damned tide is loosed. And everywhere the ceremony of innocence is drowned. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. Blimey. He wrote that in 1989, and a bit ahead of his time, I reckon. Ugh. Dweller said they won't leave any guarantees that killing Hitler won't create more world wars than what we have now. Absolutely, yeah. It's one of the first rules, don't go back and kill Hitler. And one of the other rules, which I must admit I take a little comfort from. People forever sitting there and saying, don't go back into the past and change anything. The tiniest change can have massive ripples on the future. Well, from the point of view of the future, the present is the past. So if you want to change something that has a massive ripple through the future, do it. Make that tiny change. Be that butterfly that flaps its wings in the right place. It might work. Fuck, I've got a wet face now. Because frankly, something needs to be done. And I'm mostly out of strength to do it myself. And if I'm surrounded by children, I'm hoping that some of you have got some energy, some of you have got some grunt left to go out and take a spanner to what's left of this fucking world. Anyway, meanwhile, back on the farm. What's the bad movie where the time travelers step on a butterfly and it ruins everything? Yeah, I must admit, I don't know. Oof, I haven't heard of that one. Yeah, Aliana. Much the same here. Yeah. It can be done with any hot sauce. It's meant to be hard hitting. A standard hot sauce would not do it for the Shifty. Small hit of Tabasco, some sriracha as an alternative. Okay, yep. So a little bit of spice, a little bit of grapefruit. And Robin saying you think go back in time would be like loading a save game, no paradoxes. Well, if you're running with multiverse theory, absolutely. If you're running with a standard time model, then also possibly no paradoxes. We know you failed. Did some time traveller turn up in 1945 and shoot Hitler? No. Otherwise, people would have mentioned it. If you want to prevent World War II, go to the meeting where they decided to punish Germany for World War I and make sure they do it a little less. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the weird things that is one of the weird things that gets learnt often way too late. Beating someone for doing a bad thing doesn't really help. There's one sanction which is absolute, and that's your death sentence. You have made a mistake so grievous, we do not want you in the playground ever again. Otherwise, slapping someone for getting it wrong, even if they've got it wrong by being a complete dick, all it does is make them be a dick more. Yeah. Originals written by Ray Bradbury and first published in 1952. Much shorter and less involved. Commonly considered to be the now common origin of the common term butterfly effect. Interesting. A possibility the sound of thunder as a title. Yeah, the butterfly effect is also spoken of in chaos theory, where, a butterfly flaps its wings in Texas and there's a hurricane in Florida. May well be drawing from the same source. Most time travel hypotheses, says Eliana, don't consider the possibility that time is multidimensional. Where was that? That, if you actually read some of the later Dune books, if you're feeling super masochistic, I think it's Dune Messiah deals with the idea of possibility, if not time, as a three-dimensional landscape. So time running notionally forwards, humps and bumps for height of things happening and different probabilities of stuff occurring. Whole time correcting itself kind of deal. If you kill Hitler, someone else will take his place. Well, the problem there is that implies very solidly that there is a right timeline and that something in the way the universe works knows where it is and how to drive it, and knows where to correct to. That's a bit of a bugger. Punish the guy who didn't let that guy study the art school. The sound of thunder, and the movie is miserable. I'll delete you that. I'm going to pass. I'm going to walk away from miserable movies. I'm just not. I want cheerful movies. I want movies that are sweet and awesome and come out the back end of it with you sitting there going, well, that's just fucking just lovely, that is. That's nice. And the one that comes immediately to mind is French art house, the French slight surrealist movie, Amélie, as we have mentioned before. Lovely film, absolutely lovely. Oof. Butts is getting off. Okay, you're going to have to hit me with some context there, mate, because that could go in a lot of different directions. If you go back to the year 2000, change history, there'll be the old 2023 and the new 2023. Okay. They are the same point in time. So where is the past or future tense coming from? English is not the language to talk about time traveling. It's just not great. Spanish is worse, but English is just not a good one. You've always got to consider time from a viewpoint, much the way you might consider space, strangely enough. So your personal timeline is a thing, but the timeline of the universe, ain't a thing. Yeah. And Robin says, he's beating somebody for bad behaviour like a really mild form of evolution, avoiding things that are bad for you. To some extent. But a punishment has to be a learning experience, else it is useless. If, I don't know, your kiddie picks up the banana, but you don't want him to pick up the banana, you slap him round the back of the head every time he touches a banana, because that's your banana. All he's learning is don't touch bananas. You need more information rather than a one-bit good-bad. If you feel like testing this delightful theory, there is a game by Lionhead from the dawn of time called Black and White.
We want information.
You won't get it. Okay, you will.
Information.
Yeah. in which you have a creature, and you can. It was a technological tour de force rather than a game. Very early reinforcement AI. I mean, really early. You had your creature, which would go around doing things, and you could pet it on the head and say, "Well done, creature," or you could slap it about a bit and say, "That's naughty, don't do it." Yeah, it's about right there, Blinkster. The problem with the game as released is you never knew what the creature was thinking about when that slap landed. And the creature's thought process was at machine speed. So it would be thinking about picking up and eating one of your villagers, and 1 frame later, after it had ate the villager, it would be thinking about something else. So by the time your slap landed to say, "Don't eat villagers, it's bad," the creature was now thinking about, tap dancing or something, and got the message, "Tap dancing, bad." The pirates were top fun. We're about to do some sailing. I can't remember the words. There was a later on mod that slowed down the creature's thought processes, or at least buffered them, and put a little thingy at the bottom of the screen that says, "Creature is thinking about eating a villager. Note." Suddenly, you could train your creature successfully to do the things you wanted and not do the things you didn't. It's not a great game. It's not an awful game. It should be available if you can find it for pretty much nuppence these days. It's not so much a bug, Blinkster, as just poor design. They didn't think about it at the time. They just didn't consider it. Because they were doing... this is one for you, Butts. Yeah, probably gone. Their unit testing, of course, reacted at machine speed. So when the unit test code read that the creature was going to do one of the things that the unit test code said they should trade him out of, the unit test code administered a virtual slap to the creature, and the creature was successfully trained. Well done. The idea that a human can't do that didn't matter. Passed all the tests. Scampering back up. Shifty is not a fan of fixed destiny, and nor is Aliana. I'm not surprised. Fixed destiny implies that something or someone has fixed it. Where has the information come from to fix the destiny? I got none. And if we posit that the world is a simulation, which frankly the probability says it almost certainly is, that would imply that whoever is building our world has an idea of where they want it to go. That it must evaluate the meaning of the life of the universe and everything, or the players, whoever they are going to get to the final level and beat the end boss. Don't know. If we are actually living in the real world, we shouldn't have anything like fixed destiny. It should just be a bunch of random nonsense. Okay, a link to The Sound of Thunder. The short story. Okay, we can take a peek. Aliana's talking about the quantum theory. For every decision, each alternate is played out in a different reality. Wow. Yeah, that's full-on multiverse theory, where the spin of every electron spawns off a different universe where everything happens. Why is this considered? Because the two-slit experiment, when you fling one photon at a time towards your two slits, you still get interference patterns. What's going on with that then? Personally, my theory on that one, and it is a theory with no backing whatsoever, is that the universe cheats and is optimized for the ease of computability, and if nobody's looking, it doesn't do the hard sums and just averages out the results. At small scales, anyway. At macroscopic scales, the hard sums don't really matter because nobody's looking. Aliana's looking for a cartoon where Schrodinger's on stage explaining that the cat is both alive and dead until they open the box, and there's a loud meow from the box. Ah! See, that, strangely enough, counts as an observation. They are looking inside the box by other means. Right, in this level, you're supposed to add the stack to your computer. Done, at the hardware level at least. Write the program that solves the level. When the input is 0, pop a value off the stack and output it. When the output input is not 0, push the value on the stack. Okay. Right, so we'll clear all of this lot. So, I've got a whole bunch of absolutely rancid old instructions here that are just melting my brain. Single byte instructions, no good to man nor beast. And I think I can get rid of almost all of them without twisting my melon too much. Okay. You've got the suspicion that Talkie the Toaster is behind all of it. Yeah, well, there was that sequence where Lister was supposed to be God and kickstarted the second Big Bang. Better than life episode. Nice call. Yeah. And Heinz Gustav thinks it's more because of the influence of the atoms of the solid stuff which pushes the photons into this pattern. The problem there, Heinz Gustav, is that when you are firing a single photon at a time, you still get the interference patterns as if the photon had gone through, or different photons had gone through different slits and formed a reinforcement pattern. If it was required that matter influenced the photon's path such that it would produce an interference pattern, I'm not sure how it would do it, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, Robin, the problem is my overture is absolutely ruined already. I don't quite know what the machine has done, but if I go back to my working computer, I do not have an overture anymore. What I have is the leg. I don't know whether that's supposed to happen, but yeah, previous levels are absolutely boned. Right. So let's pop in here. We want to get from our input register a number. So if I add immediate to register with a 0 and a input register, which I think is 6. Oh, what's the thing for doing defines? Oh. Program. No, can I do a define? Sod it. Let's just try this, see if it just gives me a... No, none. Damn it. Assembly. Labels const. That'll do. Const keyword can be name a value within a specific program. Fine. So I can say const. What's it going to be? Input is 6. I think. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, program counter is 6. RAM is... Yeah, input is 7, RAM is 8. All right. Input is 7. Const PC 6. Const RAM 8. Ugh. const sp 9. Okay. Right, rewind. Better Than Life, one of Blinkster's favourite episodes of Red Dwarf. Damn, yeah. Honestly, solution to this one's obvious. Think about Hawking radiation particles separate and recombine all the time. The single photon is becoming not so single for a brief period. Yeah, so that implies the existence of vacuum energy photons throughout the place, which are interfering with our test photon. What's going on with that then? Switch to other arcs via the sheet icon in the toolbar. Const byte var. Ooh, right. Okay, I can manage that as well. Isn't the charge of an atom in a more solid material stronger? That's what makes matter stick together. Absolutely, Heinz Gustav. At shortish ranges, the electromagnetic force is pretty butch, even at fairly long ranges compared to atomic forces. The Casimir effect is an interesting one. That effect, by the way, is where you get two conductive plates very, very close together. And there is a physical pressure pushing them together, even in a vacuum where there is no matter around, because of the vacuum energy gubbins on the outside of the plates occurring, and the gap between the plates being so tiny that the vacuum energy gubbins occurring in there doesn't really have room to play. I think it's pushing them together. Could be pushing them apart. I'll have to look it up. Yeah, vacuum energy photons do occur, absolutely. But why they should nicely mesh with our photon going down its two-slit line, a bit interesting, that one, because it should give a chaotic signal. It should not give a nice, clean signal, and it really does. It's one of those flicker coin in the air, why the hell is this? Nobody, to my knowledge, has a good, it's definitely because it works like this. Right, so we have added a 0 to the value in input, and we'll put that in register 0, why not? Right, when the input is 0, pop a value off the stack and output it. Okay, when the output is not 0, should push it on the stack. Let's leave you in a corner there. So we've already written BNE, we've written BAQ. So BNE 0, 0. How did I do that? I have to check my bloody comparator again, because I don't think that BNE is right, because it doesn't have any registers on it. This is a problem. I half forgotten my gubbins. Label pop. Label push. Right. Damn it. Output. I got those the wrong way around. Push. And I'm going to check my value there. Damn it. So BNE is set to essentially a 5 with the top two set. That's wrong. I'm sure that's wrong, because my comparator is hooked into line 32. So I need to look at this as a comparator, as a custom object. Where's my comparator? Ooh. You? Comparator, there we go. Oh, switch schematic comparator, do it. Oh, that's cocking helpful, isn't it? That's Mr. Clever. Brilliant. Right. So my enable line comes in on a 32. That's fine. I should really, really label these bloody numbers. Right, okay, so that's hooking through the equality operator. BQ. Number one is knotting the result of the equality operator. So BNE. Oh, actually. Yeah. Right. This one here is eating from a less than operator. So that should be BLT. Bacon, lettuce, and tomato. Right. The next one down is eating branch less than or equal. And the here next one down is clearly branch greater than. And the bottom one here is greater than or equal. BGE. Oof. Wow. Add custom rules to the instruction panel like it was in Overture to make it easier to remember opcodes. Oh, hello. Right, I might have to have a look at that then. As is. Right, so instructions. I can add custom rules, you say? Oh, look at that. Here we go. Oh my, oh my. Right, so that is nonsense. Condition. Uh-oh, someone's brain's melted. Shifty has brain melted. That's legit. Perfectly fine. Oh, I can't be asked. I just can't be asked. It's too much crap here. Too much crap. Yeah. Ah. Right. So, I'm actually putting on the other telly. You can't see it because, well, you know, some things are ridiculous. I'm actually putting up a screenshot of what I just did so I can work out what the hell is going on. Oof. We need to load up stationeers. Why do we need to load up stationeers, Blinkster? What, to get things simpler? Yeah, nice simple game. Right. Okay. So I had BLTRI there. And that does seem to make sense. That's a comparison, yes, with an immediate value and a 2 in it. 0, 1, 2. So that all makes sense. Yeah, less stressful. Oh, blimey. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened with the reusing the overture arc. I didn't mean to. Something, it just overwrote it while I wasn't looking. I was quite annoyed. I didn't want it to at all. Okay. Right, so I need BEQ, register immediate, and that's fine. So that'll give me 96. So it's a 32 for a compare, and a 64 to say that my lowest value is immediate. Right, you and bugger off. Right, branch not equal, register immediate. Gives me a 1 there, and that will do for now. Right. Kaboom, says Shifty. Oh, yeah, wizard never explodes, merely combusts exactly when he wants to. It's true. It's 100% true. Right, so notionally, so I lose the BNE, and I have BNE. IR. It's IR because I've got these the wrong way around. Save that. BLTRI. Oh no, hang on. Oh yes, my top bit. Oh no, ruined it. Ruined it. That is indeed RI. You go away. So it should be all RIs, yes. Right. So register with immediate value. And if they're not equal, when the input is 0, you should pop. When it is not 0, you should push. All right. So I now go push register 0, and then 2 more zeros to make up some shizzle. Label start JMP start. So that's 2 immediates. Do I have a JMP now? Like I may have to write myself a jump instruction here. Oh, what a chaos this is. Pop. Register. Oh, what's my output register? Oh no. Is that also 7? It is also 7 when you're writing. So, yep, my in instructions. So that's 7 there. So pop 7. Pop should pop that onto the. Oh, that was incoherent. So that's actually not in, but well, it is in, but also out. Pop R out 0 0 MP start. Wow. So what this should do is write an immediate value So why has that got a 7 in it? No, it's not a 7, that's a 4. 2 immediate values. Yeah, I need to write to my program counter, which is register 6. So what I actually want to do, let's just going to add immediate values 0 start PC, and that's my jump instruction. It's a bit fucking strange, but all right, let's see how this goes. Totally surreal. Right. So my input value is 0. I've added a 0 and my input value into register 0. Oh no, that's not my input value. My input value is 18. So register 0 is now 18. Good. Branch if not equal to register 0 and immediate value 0 to the push destination. Oh, that's probably how I should have done my jump anyway. Comparison of always. I might have to look at my comparator and see what goes on there. Right, so the comparator is doing a thing. So it's not equal to 0. The comparator's truth function is coming out. We are writing 16, which is our push destination. So ponk, nice. So we are about to push the value 18 from register 0 into our shiny new stack. Bok. Well, that didn't work, did it? That did not work at all. Why did that not work? That should not have written anything to any registers, but we got it writing something wrote to register 0. So we've got an 18. Our destination is register 0. Right. BNERI also wrote to register 0 when it bloody well shouldn't have done. How's it managed that? Okay, so 16's in there, but 32's in here, which says this is a comparator and shouldn't be writing to anywhere except this one here. Ah, boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Right. So I've got a massive, great systemic error in the way that my register interpretation is running. And that none of these should be hot for a comparison instruction. So I would need to run a line down here and what AND gates? inverted line down here in AND gates, I suppose. Is the now stack now set up as a register? Not at the moment, Robin. I'm still using a push and pop instruction. I can write to the stack pointer as a register, but I can't directly write to. I can't directly write the stack as a register itself. Right. Oof, I haven't got a lot of room here. Oh well. Yuck. How has this worked up until now? I just got lucky. All right, so let's try that again. So we add our input to register 0 if we get 18. This is good. NAND gates, that's a disable line. That'll be the problem there. There we are. Try again. Let's move that up a little so I can see better what it's doing. Right. Okay. You know, a million things going at once. Right. Stop that. Right, that didn't work. That's just broken now. Yeah. Not NAND at all. Right. If that disable line or this disable... Oh, bloody hell. Oh, mate. This is a disable line. I don't want a not in there in the first place. Right. If either of these lines... That took too much brain power. Right, try again. Do we have to disable the register now when we are push or pop? Thank you, Shifty. Coffee. Thank you. I have to disable the register when we're pushing or popping. I don't... Pushing the destination register. What are we doing? We are disabling the ALU. We may well want to disable all the writing registers as well. Oof. Friends, don't let friends program without the required caffeine levels. Damn straight. Yeah, yeah, we might be looking at that as well, Robin. We've got push or pop running. The output register should also be disabled. If I'm pushing something that would push register 0 and then write to register 0. Oh, that actually wants to go. Oh no, no. When we're popping, we definitely want the register to disable the output register to work because that's what we're using. Pushing. We could disable the output register as well. So let's do that too, just for safety's sake. So our push line is this piss green one up here. Oops. Well, I'll come down on a diagonal, why not? Because the diagonal doesn't work. Okay, fine. La 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 la. Oh, what are you doing? You've just gone completely mental, right? Right, that'll do. So our push line should now also disable our output register. Because, yeah, frankly, that's just a good idea. Right. Okay, try again. Blimey. See why it took so bloody long to get the microprocessor started. We have pulled from the input line into register 0 and 18. We have compared it. Both our output lines are null, which is nice. One of the things you can do with a little shenaniganry, this is what the 6502 does. When it does a compare, it writes to essentially a results register saying it was 0, it wasn't 0, there is a carry flag, it was greater than this, that, and the other. And then your branch just reads the results register to do things. Right. Branch, if not equal, register immediate. So if register 0 is not equal to 0, we should go to the push destination. So what do we got here? 18 in there still. I was hoping for a 16. So we ended up there. That's wrong. Like an enum for the things that all the results might be. Yeah, pretty much. That's the kind of thing. Little bits set within your results register. 6502 is a lovely architecture, if you may. I find it nice and clean. Right. Oh, derp. Why have I disabled my write register from here? I don't want to do that. If I've got a comparison, I do want my destination register because that's my frickin' jump destination. I think. Oh, gold. Yes, it's my jump destination. If the comparator's hot. If the comparator's hot, I want to be reading off here. to put into into my processor oh man, I did not wait a week before playing this game. I really shouldn't. Twists my melon. Try again. Right, there we go. So now push register. Oh, push register 0, which has now been overwritten somehow again. Right, so why are we 16 in there? We're still writing to register 0. No, so I did want that. Derp, I did want that OR gate there. So what am I getting that's wrong? Because my destination register is coming down that side. It's not a destination register. Push 18 on stack. Nice. Done. Branch not equal to branch if register 0 is not equal to 0 to 16. That worked. Push the contents of register 0 onto the stack. Done. Add immediate 0 to the value of start and leave it in my PC, my program counter. Right, my program counter has now been set to 0 again. Up the top. Blimey. That took some shenanigans to get right. So you can push 245 onto the stack. All right, let's go to standard numbers, unsigned, 245 it is. And go to the front. Pop 245 off the stack. So that should leave 245 in our output register over here. Nice. Okay. Right. So that looks like, ladies and gentlemen, after a certain amount of shenanigans, a little bit of discussion of multi-universe theory, a hell of a lot of, oh my god, why have I done this? Why? Delilah. We actually have a functional program. Bloody hell. Right. Let's just let it run. There we go. Ping. Test 2. Test 3. This is your unit testing, Butts. Oh, your Butts has gone away. Oh no. Test 4. Kicking off. The baby is born in the UK with 3 sets of genes. Yeah. Happens. Oh, here's a giggle for you, Blinkster. Here's a laugh you'll enjoy. Little while ago, not that long ago, less than 10 years, a chap and a lass were in disputes. They were having arguments and generally upset. A divorce was kicking off. And the chap demanded paternity tests on all his 5 children because he was looking at the last one and going, that's not my kid. That's not my kid. And so all the kids were paternity tested. They did the genetic tests on the mother and the father and the children. And the results came back really quite entertainingly. The last child is indeed yours. 2 of the others aren't. Only 3 of them are the children of the mother. Eyebrows were raised, left, right, and centre. Hang on a moment, how can I not be the mother of my own children, says the lass. I was kind of there, I do remember that. It's not the kind of thing you forget. So, this being a sort of, no, we checked the hospital records, you are this lady, we gave you this baby, we've checked. Because that was the first thought, that there'd been, a mess up in the maternity ward. But the three of them? Not so much. So this gubbins came to the attention of them who do science, and they took a bunch of samples off this lass, little tissue samples here and there, little bites, and discovered that the lady is a chimera. She has two distinct sets of genetic information in different parts of her body. So, left arm and right arm were genetically distinct. It happens in birds quite a lot. The most famous ones being things like the red cardinals, where you get bilateral I can't say the word, but you get a bird who's male on the left side and female on the right side. And in a red cardinal, it's really obvious because the males are red and the females are white. So you get literally a red and white bird. So you had this patchwork lass. And the theory, current, is that her ovaries are, type 1 and type 2. So depending on which ovary kicked off the egg that made the specific kiddie, it would register as her children or not, depending on which patch of genetic information you pulled to do the tests with. Can't remember their names, not sure they were ever given any real names in all the newspaper stuff, but that came up as a sort of, ain't people weird. Human gene pool, muddy little puddle. Makes DNA testing for crimes fun. Night Help, yeah. There's a whole bunch of fun in that. Bad guys taking inspiration from crime detective novels are doing things like carrying portable dustbusters onto buses and tubes and sucking up a bus station's worth of random DNA, which goes into a little dust baggie, and then you just scatter it over the crime scene. There's 27 different hairs here. Ugh. Fortunately, the good guys are able to tell this one's fresh and this one's 3 months old. Right, okay. Onwards and upwards. We have done the stack. We have added it to our computer mabob. There's some slightly unpleasant hacks turning up. And frankly, I should have known this was coming. So, all this stuff down here could have been avoided if I'd built my arithmetic logic unit to not only eat 2 inputs, but the purple output line as well. Then I could say things like push and pop, totally internal stuff. Love to hear about the hack you did to implement an MMX register. I don't even know what an MMX register is. I'm sorry, I'm rubbish with acronyms. I really am. What's an MMX register? Let's start with that. Come here. Right. And what's next on our list of, oh shit, this is going to get weird? Functions. Oh my. Repeat this instruction until ECX is 0. Oh, okay. All right. So what? Yeah, do this add 27 times if you want. So it gives you a repeated addition, a multiply instruction. Yeah. Okay, so how did you do that then? You just rewrite the program counter. Multimedia extension, like in Pentium 2. Oh my, Mr. TNT. Also, welcome in, Mr. T. I pity the fool that tries to mess with you in your cup. See what I did there? Lovely to have new people with us. What has dragged you to the slightly weird sections of the internet? Sometimes it is useful to reuse a section of the code. Okay, we call these sections functions. To implement this reuse, one can jump to the beginning of the function and jump back at the end of the function. We call jumping to the function calling, yes we do, and jumping back from the function returning. For this section of code to actually reusable, the return jump will have to return to different locations depending on where we call the function from. Okay, we could save the counter value to a register before jumping to the function and use this value when returning. Yes. However, if done this way, a function would not be able to call another function, since this would overwrite the original return address. True. Function A calls function B, who calls function C. When we want to return from C, we need the return address for B. Yes. And in B, we need the return address for A. True. In general, regardless of which functions we look at how they are nested, the last return address is always the first one we need again. This is exactly the behavior of the stack. Dun, dun, dun. All right. Mr. TNT, you saw. Thank you. It's good to be appreciated. Made an opcode, took over the counter, freezing it until done. Used the MMX special counter to expand and output the data to solve a maze. Opcode and length encoded in 2 bytes. A multitude of data bytes to process. Ooh, trying to greatly decrease the code size of the maze puzzle in the game. This is the one with the little robot going through the maze. I have to go have a look at that, because we did it by essentially turning left, looking at the wall, and if you could go forward, going forwards, otherwise turning right. Almost, something along those lines. Putting the return address in the stack opens the door to overwriting the return address with a buffer overflow. The hard-coded maze? Nighthawk, you didn't. Well, that's harsh. You didn't hard-code your maze. What, like north-south? What, like... You did a hard-coded maze, go left, go forward, go up, go down. I'm willing to bet that my program was shorter. Although I've deleted all my bloody opcodes now, of course. Derp. Putting the return address in the stack opens the door to overwriting the return address with a buffer overflow. Yeah. Not in this machine, Mr. TNT. Do you know why? I'll show you why. Because in this machine, we got 3 separate banks. We got program, which is essentially ROM. We have RAM, which you can write to, and you have stack. You cannot write a block of data to RAM which affects your stack. You can only keep pushing things onto the stack. And you cannot overwrite your program by pissing around in the RAM, because this is ROM. Can't be done. You only need a NOR and a delay line for the maze. Oh no. Oh no, Nighthawk. That's not good. Yep, Mr. TNT, that's roughly what we did. Hand on the wall. What was the algorithm? Move forward and turn left. Check the wall. If there is a wall in front of you, turn right. If there is not a wall in front of you, move forward and turn left. That was it. So it's like, move and turn. What's there? A wall. All right, turn right. Move and turn. And it all just worked. Right, in this level you are tasked with implementing function calls with the call and return instructions. All right, when returning from a function you should jump to the address that came after the call instruction. Ah, you slag. Right. The call instruction has to do the following. Add the instruction width to the counter value and push it on the stack. Jump to the function address. The return instruction, pop the return address from the stack and jump to it. Well, that's not too much of a problem. My return address is basically pop into the program counter. Oh. Cool. I have to add 4 somehow. How am I going to do that? Right. That's bloody annoying. Budget cuts have led to cutting salaries. Now the lab assistants are on strike. I have to self-assess in this test. Ugh. Brilliant. I'll tell you why, though. It's an absolute pig to actually write a unit test to see if that's going to work. So... So I want a jump instruction or a call instruction. That takes what? Oh, hang on a moment. Oh, hang on just one cotton picking moment. Oh no, that doesn't work. Damn it! I thought I had a really sneaky, clever solution there. I still might have a really sneaky, clever solution. Right. So somewhat foolishly, I took parameter 1 as the value to put on my stack. What I should actually have done is taken destination value to put on my stack. So one of my output lines, oh yuck. Nighthawk built a new machine in December, might have a backup in app data folder. Ooh, it's kind of a bit iffy though. Second stack might be a good idea, so the last level is still solvable. But the last level is I should rewrite the software at that point. Oh, you found it. Well done. And yeah, Sifty's just sitting there with popcorn as ever. Yeah, that's fair enough. So, what I actually want to do is I want to make an instruction which is effectively add immediate to register, where the register is the program counter, the immediate value is 4, and the destination is my stack value. Pants. I do really want my stack value as a register, don't I? Ew. Ew. Oh. Wow. Now my brain is fizzing. There's a whole bunch of fizzing. Your program is 18 bytes long to solve that maze. You're not telling me it's a hard-coded go north, go west, are you? Because there's not enough room for that. Sorry, Shifty. Might a need to stack for storing data. Might include a second one just for functions. Really? Well, no. Hard coded with your compression. Okay. So, okay.
Coffee.
Coffee. Oh. Why would I need a second stack, Robin?
Let the feast.
Oh, more feasting. More feasting, says Dota. I'm not going to complain. I like a bit of a feast. Right. So, I want to be able to add two numbers together and put the resultant thing into my stack. Not terrible problem in and of itself, I don't think. Tonight's feast, Dota. Baked potato with tuna mayo and a sprinkling of cheddar on top. Because, well, you know, you can't have a meal without cheese. Well, I suppose you could. Just be weird. Okay. Posted an image to the Discord. Excellent. Opcode descriptions, exactly what we need. We can reverse engineer your joyous toys. I need to have a good think about what I want to do with this. There's going to be an awful lot of staring at the screen and going at this point. Right. So if I just want to push a number, I can do add immediate and push that number. That's fine. If I want to push a register, I can add an immediate to that register and push that register, that value. That's fine also. So far, we want to be coming off the green data line, not the pink input line. Alrighty, that's okay. I think we're winning. Tonk, tonk, tonk. So the resultant line which is already, oh blimey, it's already all over the place. Yeah, wants to go to there. So that's when I'm deliberately writing to my stack pointer. And this is for when I've got my push and pop lines hot. Okay, my resultant line's gone all over the bloody shop. It's spidering across the whole chip like a spider. Right. That is indeed yummy, Dota. Made by best beloved's own fair hand. She lobbed in some taters into the slow cooker this morning, went off to work, and I've been taunted by them by half the day as they make a delightful, tasty smell. That's what we want. Right. Okay. So what do we got here? Here is when I am reading from the stack pointer to use as an input. That's cool. So I can do that. Here is where I am taking a number that has come out of the arithmetic logic unit and I'm using it for my stack value. This is also good. This line here is for when I am writing to my stack pointer as a resultant. Saying literally a write to stack pointer. Okay. So, interesting. Because what I've got here, somewhat incorrectly, is a thing that says if I'm doing a push or a pop, I disable my ALU. Don't want that. Don't want that at all. Oof. Shifty says, question, do you need to know anything about coding or programming to take part in this? It's Shifty, seriously? It starts off teaching you how to build an entire computer from scratch, beginning at the simplest components. This here, simple component, is commonly known as a wire. Oh yes. If there's an input signal, it goes to the output. If there is no input signal, it does not go to the output. The next one up teaches you about the NAND gate. What does this NAND gate do? NAND, meaning not and. So if thing A and thing B are true, then the output is not true. So if I change thing A, nothing happens. If I change thing B, nothing happens. But if I change thing A and thing B, the output is no longer true. And it works upwards from there because, frankly, everything is built out of NAND gates because these are the simplest beasties to build out of transistors on a chip. Yeah, it's pretty fucking butch. I mean, it really does teach you how a computer works from the wires upwards. If you're looking to get into software, this is useful but not essential, and I would recommend a game called Human Resource Machine, which we might pop up on here a little while later, which has you writing programs as if you are essentially a little bloke in an office with a stack of notepads that you can write numbers down on. And that's pretty much it. You've got data coming in on one side, and your job is to sort the numbers into highest order or something. And you've got half a dozen post-it notes to play with. How the hell do you do that? Totally doable, but not easy. Right. So we are making call and return instructions. Right. So this is banjaxed basically. This here, I cannot simultaneously do an add and a push. So I want to be able to call, add immediate, push the result on the stack. So I can, because I'm awesome, clever, and thing, hook up one of my register lines to the push and pop. This is going to be an interesting one. description appended to the post. Thank you, Nighthawk. I'll take a peek in just a second. Aliana, yep. Well, it's come up from Robin. Also spoke earlier about making the stack itself as a register destination. So totally doable. Right. But how do we make it work? How do we make this work? Right, well, this bit here is a bunch of mank, and that's good because it is actually a bunch of mank. I hate it. This chunk here is our stack pointer, essentially, and stack pointery shizzle goes on here. You write to the stack pointer, it auto increments when you do a pop, it auto decrements with push, and oh, you know what I mean. It changes correctly when you do pushes and pops and stuff like that. So you can go and sit there, just generally be out of the way. Now we need our stack value. Now, it's either going to be a value straight out of the ALU, which is hooked up to the green line here. Our destination lines are going to do push and pop off our input lines from somewhere up the top. Oh, man. Also seen the concept of using a register as the memory, and the memory has a memory counter that works similarly to the program counter. Kind of sort of where we're at up here. We've got a... where are you hooked up to? 1, 2, 3. The address line is hooked directly into one of our memory registers. So this register here is our address register, R5. So we could auto increment the address register when we write to it, but this particular architecture doesn't. Right, I'm squirming a bit. I'm going to go need to empty my waste tank. I will be back in a second. You lot, have a look at this here diagram. See what you can think of clever ways to do things. Right, back to the plot. For functions, says Robin, you only want to push and pop counter values, so it doesn't need to be accessible from anywhere else. Plug in another stack custom component. Could do. But I would like to be able to write to my stack pointer and just, write values to the stack. That way I've got a general case abusable stack. I can use it as extra memory storage or stuff if I feel like it. Okay. So, you out. Let's pop that in there first. Get rid of that. Label this wire just in case. Pop. Oh, dwellers off to bed. Sweet dreams, dear chap. Catch you later. I hope all goes well. Shifty's brain is now soup. Head off. Yeah, not surprised, mate. There's a certain amount of super goodness going on. Catch you later for shenanigans, Shifty. I'm sure we have some Vikings to generally make miserable or something along those lines. Okay. Right, you and you I don't like anymore. Alrighty. And that can go there. Right. Okay. Nighthawk is wrong. Not the default red. It's half default blue and half default yellow. Yay! So completely incomprehensible to anybody who doesn't know what they're doing. This is not unusual. It's not unusual. Right. So this lot is now a nonsense as well. In fact, there's a lot of nonsense going on here. I don't like any of this anymore. Okay. So I must admit I am relying on the programmer to supply sensible register values here. Oh, actually, hang on, that's a comparator. Oops. That's not the ALU after all. That's giving out a jump address. And we don't want that necessarily on that line. Okay. Mostly incomprehensible for you since you haven't done this in 2 years. Well, only 1 year. 2022. Yeah, well, frankly, that's long enough. And it really is. So, I would like my push, which is your green one here, to come if I am writing to a certain register. So if my destination is, what's that? 8, 9, 10. If my destination is 10, I am actually doing a push. So I might break one of my own rules here and have a wire that changes colour halfway through. Okay. Yeah, tell it had special. You can tell he had special opcodes for 7 to 14, but can't remember any of them. Oh, and the reg decoder handled the rest. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. We are in trouble, aren't we? Can't send us into the dark forest. It's full of werewolves and nasty things and smells funny. My white privilege prevents me from going into dark forests. Draco, bloody Malfoy. There is a tale that when Lucius Malfoy first is in the films with his snake-headed... Oh, Artemsa is with us. Hello, hello. Hallelujah. Excellent. Hello, Artemsa. There's a tale when Lucius Malfoy is first in the films with his snake-headed staff. His beautiful staff, the silver top on there was actually cast nickel-plated metal and the fangs were sharp. So when he reached out and slaps it down on Draco's hand, he hadn't got used to the weight of the staff and he actually sank the fangs into the back of the poor boy's paw and caused him to bleed slightly. Not much, not, claret everywhere. But in the scene, Draco's like, oh! And it's rushing over afterwards to say, oh my god, I'm so sorry. So it's like, no, it looked good on film. Poor lad. Right. That can come out because we don't need it anymore. So if I want to input from the stack, so if I want to pop something into a particular register, how am I doing that right now? I am currently executing a particular instruction, which I kind of don't want to do. So what I would like, I want to pop to a register. I think I want that register to be my pink one. I don't want to write to both of them. Can I write to both of them? Could I pop the same value into two different registers? Dude. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Oh dear, oh dear. Okay, so if I pop it into one register, I'll pop it into the first one. So what would I get? No, that's not right. I basically want, if either of my two input registers are register 10, I want to do a pop. Whoa! Whoa! My melon is proper twisted here. I have no idea if this is going to work. It's going to be frickin' sweet. And it's going to be absolutely mental. Yeah, 100% mental, possibly more. And it might be 107% mental. Hey, King, how you doing? Yeah. Do I think this game would help render out with Stationeer's logic and MIPS programming? Wow. No. It would help you out with knowing how computers work. But for deliberate, I want to get good at Stationeers, The way to do that is PlayStation Ears. If you have played with the stationeering website with the simulator, that's a lovely toy. That's really very useful indeed. Slightly out of date now, but not by much. But this, the problem with saying, oh, this will help you with your programming, is that you're also defining your own programming language at this point. So what it will help you with is logical thought structure, absolutely, totally fine, but it will not help you with stationeers specifically. I'd cite human resource machine as a way to learn a bit more about incredibly convoluted programming systems. Another thing that might help is just to play with some fast development environment like Unity, write some C#. Because one of the problems with stationeers is not that the code is hard to use because code is hard to use. It's hard to use on purpose because it's supposed to be a very limited environment. It doesn't help you. It deliberately gets in the way. One of the fun bits of stationeers is saying, how can I make this completely shitty processor do what I want it to do? Oh, King, you really haven't got any kind of brain cell going on there, have you? I love killing people. It's kind of what you do. What do? I kill people because, and then that's it. It all shuts down. A Nighthawk, dabbling in assembly code with x64 debug. Yep. I would start programming some real programming and have a fiddle. Because if you want to get good at coding, the only thing to do is do some code. Just write some code. Doesn't matter what it is. Write a thing to convert centigrade to Fahrenheit. Write a thing that, I don't know, lobs rocks in a ballistic fashion like you learned in O-level maths. And do what King says there. Put a little fella on one side of the screen and throw a knife at him. Just make the knife go sideways until he hits the bad guy and dies. And it win, hooray! Doesn't matter what it is. Make something that prints the first 1,000 prime numbers. Why? Because you can. And then write it faster. Oh, you're going back to the Sea of Thieves tomorrow. Okay, more stabbing, more. You're going to tell us you're doing 56 Forts of the Damned in an hour and taking 10 million gold coins every second out of it. Is that right? Is that what's going to happen? Sailing your galleon single-handed through the Byrney Isles. Firing 4 cannons at once. What a guy. Alrighty. Write something that calculates the CRC32 of a given file and compare it with online CRC calculators. Nighthawk, I'd say if Render's trying to play with the stationeer's logic, I think CRC32s is probably a bit. And I'd start with comparing different kinds of cheese. Cheese comparator is a brilliant piece of kit once you've actually started writing. Just something that, I've thought of a piece of cheese or an animal. That's one of the others as well. It's level 10. Okay. All right. Yeah, fine. Totally doable. Yeah, Render, how's your software as is? Are you a coding bunny or is it just stationeers that's giving you grief? Gives you grief. I'm not supposed to say that. Oops. Yeah. Yes, recently discovered that the word jip. Yeah, problematic. Just say problematic origins. Let's just go with that. Oops. All right, blue. blue. And a light blue. There we go. Is that not much nicer? Much nicer. Yes. I keep finding patches of this circuit, or whatever you want to call it, that I can make a little cleaner. I can't not make them cleaner. Don't know much about programming. Yeah, King, I need 100%. I think you really should just knock that back a little bit, because apart from anything else, coming in here and saying, I've been killing people, I like killing, I like stabbing and slashing and blood, and it makes me feel good when other people die. That really is grounds for you need therapy really fast before you decide that this is a good idea to go out and do in the real world. P.S. It's not. So, yeah. Knock it back a bit. Take a chill pill. Do something else. Farm some bunnies, whatever it may be. Okay, Red does not know so much about programming. Looking into Lua. Good language. Nice, easily extendable. But with some interesting bits, since it can't tell the difference between a string and a number. So it can really melt your brain when you add 6 and 3 together and get 63. Few games use language. Stormworks Build and Rescue, From the Depths, and Retro Gadgets. It has been mentioned that Stationeers might add Lua for some of their more advanced displays. Wouldn't hold your breath. Would not be holding my breath. Oh no. What do you think you should do if you're not killing or getting money? Well, do some merchant missions. Carry some crates from A to B and sell them. Do some of the dig-ups where you run around the islands and play X marks the spot. Form an alliance with some people and go in against Flameheart. Be nice to people for a change. They'll possibly nail you to a piece of wood for it, because that's what happens when someone tries to say let's be nice to each other for a change. But then 2,000 years later, there's still a religion made out of your name, and you're an embarrassment to your entire family. Seen Lua used by game interfaces, rarely user exposed or game engine related. World of Warcraft has the exception, but it's all UI. And Starbound. Starbound is almost from the engine, above the engine layer, the display engine. Starbound's written in Lua. A somewhat modified version of Lua, it must be said, but Lua nonetheless. You can crawl around inside the Starbound code and look at it and say, oh my god. That's what I did, and I was working for them. Right. So. What time is it, King? I've got a clue as to what time it might be, but, hit it. Do. Get up. Get on
Let the
up.
feast
It's
begin.
feasting time. I was not expecting that. Oh my, look, I'm going to feast. Got my tater feast. Mm. Come here. It is a snack. It's like Boromir, isn't it? It is a snack. One does not simply walk into the kitchen. Right, so what have I got in here then? Ooh. Apart from dinner stuck in my teeth. If I write to register 10, I am activating my push thing. So anything on my resultant line here will do the thing. If I read from register 10, I'm doing the pop thing. And that is then put onto the resultant line, which is a complete pile of pants. Big, saggy, tartan, elasticated pants. Wrong pants. We do not want our pop to go onto the resultant line. Oh my no. We want our pop to actually feed back into the input lines as though it has been read from a register. Ooh. Ah. Now here comes some fun. Do I want to join you on the Sea of Thieves tomorrow? What day is tomorrow? I'm going to check my schedule, see what the plan might be. Because I can do that. I'll totally do that. Can't do that. Wrong buttons all over the place. Oof. Why can't I get at my schedule? I should be able to get at my schedule. It's just been a pain in the trousers. There we are. Press the right button. See, Wednesday I was going to go to Moon. You see, do a bit of Moon action. Might be able to pop in Monday. But it's a bit of a coin flip, I'm afraid, at the moment, because my life is a little chaotic right now. Things got squirrely a little while ago. Not in a terrible way. Nobody's dead, nothing caught fire. But I need to pay attention to a whole bunch of things that I wouldn't normally have had to pay attention to, which sucks a little bit. Right, so if I move that over there, get rid of that, get rid of that you go to, what? Oh. Fine. Some confusion definitely occurring with those wires. Yeah, I don't know whether I want to pull Weed Lad into this. See how it goes as these things occur. So I believe that you and he have, shall we say, very different play styles. Wee boy enjoys a bit of fishing. You enjoy stabbing people in the face and calling them rude names. Yeah, there's a definite difference in approach at that point, shall we say. Right. So. Okay. You move up. All right. One of the quirks we love about Lua, it can replace our scripts on the fly without reloading. Yeah, well, it's an interpreted language. So it's basically just a text block that gets read and interpreted at that moment. Much the same as BASIC. Actually, yeah, if you can find yourself a version of BASIC, there is a reason why BASIC is called BASIC. Beginner's All-Purpose Symbolic Instruction Code. It's a slightly twitchy acronym, but frankly, it's accurate. BASIC's lovely. And one of the fun things you can do with it is it's really, really hard to fuck up. It's incredibly hard to break a BASIC program. Ditto Lua, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, a bit of fishing. All right. We'll talk, I'll have a word with the wee lad, see what we can work out, King. See if we can do something in a fishing style. That might work out passing well. Right. Yeah. I want to do that. That'll break it. I do want to do this. Right. So, okay. I want to be writing this value here. Let's put it on blue again. Blue's good. To either pink or grey. Uh-oh. Have I broken something around here? Yeah, I have. Look at that. I want you up there. Come on. Stick. 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 Actually, I'll send that down like that. Just get it out of the way of what I'm about to do down here. Right, so that's my stack pointer. My stack value, I want to be writing to either one of my pink or grey lines. Depending on whether I have asked it for pink or grey. So I need another pair of switches. Right, pink or grey. Chonk. Chonk. It's always the blue data. And that can come across the bottom like that from the output of the stack. And then we want the pink and grey lines again. Pink and grey. There we are. That didn't work quite right. There. Okay. King, doing fine. All well as far as I know. Well, and I know fairly well, so all is well. How are things with yourself in that general area? Okay. Actually, I'm going to extend that down just to make sure I remember to save a little room. Not bad, says our king. Alrighty.
Coffee.
Coffee, coffee. Coffee. Thank you, Robin. Running low. Gonna have to get some more of that in a bit. Okay. So. Right. Notionally, stack pointer is now register 9. 8, 9. Stack value is register 10. If I do a read and a write at the same time, I'm going to be hotting up my pop and my push line at the same time. I don't like that. So I'm going to just, frankly, I'm probably just going to have to be a little careful and not do it because it's a kind of dick move. Thumbs there. Yep, with the coffee on. Okay. Right. So, how about we go back to the previous level? What was this? Push and pop. We rewrite the opcodes a little bit. Because now they aren't really opcodes anymore. They are just destination registry things. So I've got stack pointer as 9. Stack value is 10. 10. So add immediate to register from immediate value 0, register into register 0. Branch if not equal to register 0, value 0 to push down here. Push a register. Push isn't a thing anymore. Push is essentially another add immediate. I'm doing all. Look, it's not add immediate, it's add immediate register. So, oh, hang on, what do we got there? Nighthawk is kicking out Hang on, King's kicking it. Do you think you should kill people or robots? Frankly, neither, mate. And I'd honestly reckon you should just chill, kick back, and not do any killing. I reckon you should play something like Coral Island or My Time in Portia or something like that. Because the obsession with killing things just doesn't seem healthy to me. I know, yeah, I understand. People like to go pew pew and shoot a bad guy, but sometimes just relaxing and watching the world go by. Nighthawk had to redo more than you expected. You realised you need to modify 2 registers at the same time for reasons. If the robots are trying to kill you first and it's all self-defense, that's an entirely other matter. If you're just going around and squashing robots because it makes you feel good, and if you're just slapping out the bullets because it makes your dick feel big, just don't. It's just not a good idea. It's a bad idea. Yeah. Deeply sus. Yeah. Right. Okay. So I want a push, which is add an immediate value or immediate 0 to register 10. No. Register 0 and leave it in register 10. So that does a push. A pop. I can also use add immediate register, add a 0 to whatever is in register 10 and put it in the output register. This process is getting more and more risk by the minute. Do you reckon I'm sus? Do you reckon Duke? King, Duke, Duke, King, King, Duke, yeah, whatever. Am I being deeply suspect in some respect? Could happen. Right. Stop the world. Begin. Well, okay. Add immediate register 0 to that there. So that worked. As it should, because I haven't changed that. BNERI to push. Now that's add immediate register, add value 0 to register 0, and output to not like that. Blast. 1, 2, 3. Now what have we got going on down here? That's our push line is hot. So it has actually done it correctly so far. Nice. All right, so back to the start. Ham in air. 2, 4, 5. Air. Right, so add immediate register 0 to contents of register 10. Oh, look at that. Contents of register 10 is coming up in parameter 2. That's the grey line here. Auto mod. Going to sleep because I've got work tomorrow. See you later, King. Oh. Okay, auto mod is definitely really just seriously held that message back because it said I am a robot. King Duke, the answer is clear. Duke is a robot overlord practicing to take over. Well, all right. You don't have to tell everybody. Blimey. Oh, it's one of those, some things you try and keep secret, you know? It's outing me to the world. Whew. Right. So that seems to be working. Hit the button. Okay, so now we have our stack implemented as a register. It's quite a nice architecture, actually. Wow. That is quite a nice arcade. I like the cleanliness of it. I really do.
Excellent work.
Thank you. Yeah. My pop and push instructions are irrelevant. And I shouldn't have been putting 10s in there anyway. I should have been, look at that. Right. Oof. Okay, I'll cut and paste this bit. Okay. So, our next challenge, implementing call and return, suddenly becomes a bit of a nuppance. Because call is add, what's it going to be? It's going to be add immediate to register from the size of the current instruction well, it's add immediate, isn't it? Oh no, it doesn't do the jump. Damn it. I can't do it in one instruction. Right. So, add two immediate numbers and output it to the stack value. No, that's not true. I want to PCSV. But I also I want to write to the program counter as well. Ugh. Damn it. Right, looks like my function call is going to be two instructions. It's a bit mank. Because, yeah, I have to do that. And then... so let me add IR. We add II 0 10 to the program counter, and my return add RI well, I had IR 0 stack value PC. So that's a return. Ooh. Because I need to get more. I need to write to the stack value and the program counter, and I need to read the number 4 and the function in at the same time. What about conditional returns? Yeah, that's the thing. That's kind of where we're at, because if it's a condition, if call is a condition, All right. Right, see this here, right? This is the bit that writes to the program counter. Yeah, more like a destination for a condition, absolutely. But instead of writing directly to the program counter, well, okay, I want to write to the program counter and the stack value. So I need to write to two registers at once. Twisting my melon. So, okay, one thing that could be done is I activate the ALU and the conditional at the same time. That's a bit annoying, but hey. So the ALU gets fed the program counter, and we sneak in a number 4 from somewhere. The conditional fires. I can make it actually a conditional as well. That might be a fun one. I don't have a conditional always. And in the end, your conditional had 3 outputs, one for each thing. Yeah, that could happen. Right. Okay, well, my current architecture is good for the more general case. My calls. I'm going to set my return address. That eats the program counter plus a 4 and puts it out of the resultant line here. So either I've got some hard-coded register gubbins going on the opcode lines, or something else. My brain is gently frying here. Right. Well, I've still got my 16 line here. Haven't used that at all. A bit loath to use it, to be honest, but hey. But if I do... Right, so what do we got here? The 32 line says it's a conditional. It's going to be a jump. I don't have currently a jump no matter what. That might be worth a look in and of itself. Right. Plenty of room. Plenty of room. Well, yes. All right. So I could move the components in here up a bit add on a jump always. And then, well, okay, that's just a useful concept anyway. Interesting. Very interesting. Made a right mess of that, didn't it? Okay, so why are you stuck up like that, like a stuck-up sticky beak? Right, that'll do. Okay. 3 outputs. Not sure what I do with all of them, but hey. Right. Chunk. Right. Okay, so do we have enough room to send another line down? I haven't even thought of that bit. And not even thought of that bit. Yeah, of course we do. Because this fella here has been shoved all the way sideways. So all of this lot, not quite all of that lot, all of this lot can go tick, tick, and even, no, can't quite go in one more tick. All right, fine. Blue lines. Okay, 2 more branch types. All the way down there. Or 1 bit. Don't even need it. A switch, please. 1 bit switch. Line. If it's true, that's the output we want. Nice. Right. So that also fits very nicely in with a jump. I don't need to add to the program counter. I can just go, look, branch always. That'll work. I don't think I want branch never, because why would I want branch never? So I've got a little more room in there. Okay. I didn't actually need to move that up at all, did I? I could have just left it as was. Don't matter. I've moved it up now. Everything's still in the same place, so we're fine. So, opcodes. "32" says branch. Do I need something else that says branch and do a return address? Right, if so, what? 64 line? And it gives me all the versatility of all the other shit as well. If the 64 line is hot, then all my branches can, by default, add the program counter. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's okay. My 16 line anyway. Right. Yeah. 8 and still clean, so we've got a little room to move there. There's the program counter. I've got a big piss yellow line here, and I would want to assert the result of the program counter +4 onto my resultant line down here. Or would I? Yes, I would, because that's what goes into the stack. Right, so program counter value +4 onto the resultant line. A hook through to push. When the 64 is set. Feels a little specific. When the 16 is set even. Place the decoder for that inside the condition as well. Or for the route the result on a specific output. Okay, cool. So yeah, I haven't actually done that myself. Just wondering whether... No, I'm being daft. I am being daft. Right, so my 16 line is going to determine whether I am doing a returnable branch or a non-returnable branch. The 32 determines that it is a branch. The bottom 3 lines determine what kind of branch. And the 16 line determines that it's returnable. Okay, that's not awful. Not awful. Right. Okay, let's try this then. I need to set my program counter. Let's send a line of that down somewhere around here. Because all that the 16 line does basically is say, oh, and yeah, push this number while we're at it. So it's all going to occur down the bottom here somewhere. So I need an 8-bit adder. Maths. Add. Alright, that'll do. I need an 8-bit constant. Four. No, none of that. None of that. Right. And I need to assert that result onto this line when the 16 line is set. Chonk. So I reckon that's a switch, 8-bit switch. That goes into there. That goes into there. And that goes into here. Oh, hello, gorgeous. You going to sleepy time? Hey, come here, you. Sweet dreams. Right. Okay. So that's a lot less hardware than I was expecting. I'm a bit concerned about the delay values, though. Are we actually going to get the one we want? Right. Right. Stop that. Why am I getting 4 on here? I should not be getting 4 on there. Why am I getting 4 on there? I think it's just got its underwear in a bunch. Right. Okay, what do you reckon now, chums? Does this look like it might do something sensible? Right. Could work. Hard to say. Damn straight, Robin. So. Right. What we want here... We actually want... jump. And we want to... was it jump subroutine? That's what we want. To function. Right, but function is our destination. And JSR, oh, come here, you. It's a 32 because it's a jump. It's a 16 because it's an SR. Let's call it BSR, branch to subroutine. And what was it? I can't remember. I can't remember because I can't remember the conditional I put it on. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. To be honest, I'm more comfortable with it on 7. I don't know why. It doesn't make a blind bit of difference. But, you know, always just feels better on 7. Oh. That weird? It's a bit weird. Right. Okay. Sort of. BSR. I hate the way that window always comes up in the bottom. Right. Okay. Right. So. Alrighty. So I can't add a 4-byte instruction. So my return is literally going to be add immediate register, add 0 to the stack value and put it in the PC. So, this, I've just realised I've missed a fucking trick here. That could have been a 4, couldn't it? I could have just pushed the bloody thing. Oh, yeah, I'm going to do it. Look, I could do that. I don't need to do that add. I just need to push the stack value of the program counter into my... Yeah, I need to push my stack value, push my program counter into the stack value. And I can do the add at the return level. Shit, have I just done all that work for nothing? Have I just done all that work for stupidity's sake? Not necessarily. Okay.
Cognition low.
Yeah, damn straight, Blinkster. Now, I've got an awful lot of useful shit now because I now have essentially I've got BSR. Yeah, there isn't any immediate shit there, it just does it. But I've also got BLTSR. So all my branches are now subroutinable, which is cool. Add immediate 1, 3. Put it out into register 0. All right. Right. So, what happens next? A. All my instructions are 4 bytes. Oh, no, I don't actually want to do that. I do actually want to do that, because that could get really interesting. Although it does allow me to do a whole bunch of clever jump table-y shit on this one. I mean, wow. Lots and lots of rope. Right. So, what do we got? Alrighty, so our 16 line is hot, saying we're about to do a subroutine. Our 32 line is hot, saying we're about to do a compare. Our output from the comparator is hot, saying that our compare is successful. The number in our program counter is 8. And we are adding 4 to notionally 0 for some reason. Why is this 0? You're supposed to be 8. Why are you 0? I don't like it. Let's see what actually comes out, I suppose. Tonk. Right. Well, we've gone to the right place. What have we stacked? We've stacked 0. So this add just didn't execute in time. Bottoms. Not totally surprised, to be honest. So this is going to put... What's it going to put in here? Stack value... So is our pop line hot? That's our push line. Oh, hang on, have I hooked it through the wrong line? Did I not hook it through the right line at all? Did I? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, right, yes. Yeah, we should actually be pushing the value. We really should. So we're going to need a bit of an OR gate in here. Yeah, should actually be pushing the value as opposed to just ignoring it. Yeah, let's try that again, shall we? Chonk. Nice. Stop that. Up here again. Down here again. So. BSR 00 function. We are at address 0. We want to return to address 4. 4 has been stacked. Oh yeah. We are now at address 8. This is nice. Where we add some numbers and put a 12.
Oh my.
Indeed, Blinkster. We put a 12 in register 0. We add a 0 to the stack value, so we should now be activating our pop line. Poppity poppity. Oh yes. Right, let's actually put a label on that at some point, and popping the resultant into the program counter, which should go back to here, to number 4. Tonk. Da da da! Where we add, and then we, so we've got, should have a 4 in there. Ooh. Oh no, it's just done that. Right. So stop that again. Hennemere, Hennemere, Hennemere. And that should be 4, which it is. And then it's going to drop through into here, which is just bad. Okay. Right. So, yes. Does indeed work. And the reason it didn't work the first time is because I forgot to actually push the added value to the thing, which is a bit of an oops. Yeah. Should have remembered to do that. Okay, righty ho. So that in itself worked. We've used an extra line up here. Under what circumstances is that going to go wrong? Dunno. Best not make any opcodes that use it unless I've had a good think about them first. Right. Time now, 3 minutes past midnight. What do I do to make this functional, what's name, sensible? I could, I don't know. No, I really, I just, all right, let's do something. Add immediate 0 0 0. We put 0 in register 1. BSR function add immediate to register. We'll add 1 to register 0 and leave it in register 0, and then we'll return. And then label loop. Branch less than register immediate. If register 0 is less than 100, we'll go to loop. And what do we get? JMP start. How did that work? 196. That's a little weird. Is that right? I think that's right. Opcode 4 with 2 immediates. That's not a jump. Right. So that would be jump or branch always. To an immediate, 2 immediate values. So I would be 0 jump start 0 0. Okay. All right, let's try it. There, add that. So register 0 is 0. PSR to function where we add 1 and then. Ooh. We have not come back to here. Why have we not come back to there? Oh, we have, right, okay. Branch less than. Put a breakpoint here, so I'm uncertain of this function for some reason. Give me a breakpoint. Come on, breakpoint me. There it is. Hamana, 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 hamana. Right, if this works, probably bang out. I want it to run fast. Why won't you run fast? Maybe you will run fast there? No? No running fast. Okay, fine. I'll make that less than 100. Count up to 33. 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, bonk, and off it went again. All right. Well, that seemed to work. Okay. Right. Just trying to work out if I could do something extremely sneaky. Oh well, no matter. Yeah, some of this architecture is a bit mank, I've realised. I really should be saying there's should be allowed to activate the ALU and the comparator at the same time, effectively, or at least the thingy that says we're going to do a jump, because the ability to add a number to another number and make that the return address, and I kind of sort of can, because I can make the program counter my return address, also my my resultant register. So I suppose I've got that already. Creative opcode naming is the thing. Right, level is complete. Can we trust you? No. Level is okay, fine. Oh dear, oh dear. What do we got next? AI showdown, robot racing, unseen fruit, blimey, and delicious order. Oh my. Right. I am intrigued by the concept of unseen fruit, so I'm going to have a look at it. The most noteworthy thing on your planet is the fruit. Very, very tasty. Nice. That's why we're having a fruit tasting event in the canteen. I want you to make sure we don't get the same fruit twice. That would obviously be embarrassing. Okay. Scan the conveyor belt for the fruit incoming at regular intervals. As soon as you see the same kind of fruit twice, turn and press the control panel. Wow. Gusto! Hiya. Oh, did the chat stop working? It seemed to work okay at our end. Oh dear. Hello, Gusto. How you doing, Mum? I'm afraid we're slowly wrapping up for the evening at the moment, it being pushing midnight at this end, but we've got to the place where things are interesting. Oh, God. What the hell is this? What the heck and heck is going on? I don't even know where the conveyor belt is. A sign. Says, don't stand around reading signs, go check on the fruit. Alright. I can't see. Oh, okay, fine. So I have to get to the conveyor belt. That's going to be some hard-coded shit. 10 golden apple. 7 tomato. Do they mean same fruit twice in a row or the same fruit twice ever, I wonder? Yeah. So, Gusto, have you seen us playing this before? This is Turing Complete, in which we have built same fruit ever. Okay, cool. We have built a very rudimentary and in places slightly manky CPU. It's a bit lumpy around the edges, but mostly it works. I'd have to have a good think about how I would approach this from a beginning at the beginning kind of way, because right now it's like build a chunk, add a chunk, build a chunk, add a chunk. On the first duplicate you spot, you have to turn around and push the button. Alright. First find your button. That a button? Presumably that's a button. Control panel. I have to be programmed to press this. Okay, fine. That's cool. So it's going to be fruit, fruit, fruit. Well, it's not too problematic. I mean, I've got an input value from what the robot can see. I've got some output values for what the robot can do. I've got a block of RAM. And I've got some registers. So I can essentially say, every time I see a fruit, store the value of that fruit in my RAM, increment the number of fruits I have ever seen. And every time I see the next fruit, run through the number of fruits I've already seen. If I've got a duplicate, go and do a thing. Otherwise, don't. So I'd want a function for check fruits. That's relatively easy. I'm not going to write it now because I'm sleepy and I'm going to go to my bed. But we're going to raid into somebody else's channel and do something entertaining. Let's see who is out in the world having a fun time and doing funky groove things. Ooh, wah, 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 wah. We have Aria, we have Nerd Bestia, who is unfortunately not speaking much of the English. We have Kai Lady, who is doing the Cube World. Let's raid Kai Lady, because Kai Lady's fun. And she might scream at us, because that's also entertaining. Did I check... Oh, Nighthawk, I did not. Let's have a brief peek in there, see what we can see. That button, that button. Here we go. Ponk. Right. Not that one. 1001, 1000. Okay. Opcode is 14 as the MMX output the next n bytes. The 16 is how many bytes. Then each following is a 4 2 bits expanded into a byte. So you're just compressing. Okay, so you literally have hard-coded your maze. That's cheeky. Yeah. Yeah, now I can see the point. I'm trying to think, would the actual Hilbert curve code be any smaller? It should be fairly tiny. But usually, as you say, the way to make code smaller is to just hard code it. I mean, the differential is for things like work out the value of pi, where your number itself, your output value, is significantly large. Yeah. Alvi. I'm trying to remember the thing. There is a measure of the complexity of data, which is effectively how much code it would take to output that data. Where mostly the simplest thing is just output the data raw, but sometimes you can get compression, like, you know, output 3 ones, now output 27 zeros, now output 3 ones again, and yeah, so you can store that as like 1 3 27 0, and off you go from there. Right, setting up the raid, doing the thing. Channel intended for mature audiences. As I usually warn you, mature audiences means there will be adult discussions like whether you should repaint the kitchen and should the kids' school fees be taken out of the unit out of their trust fund, or should you set up a separate investment account for them. So, you know, oof, heavy shit. Kai Lady is lovely. Member of the Buffooncraft people, so she will be streaming the Cube World Minecraft for the uninitiated, or possibly the initiated. It is a fine and awesome plan to make her scream like a girl. She is kind of a girl. Way too mature, says Robin. Time to go to bed. There's a certain amount of foolishness as well. Making Kai Lady squeak is part of the entertainment. I'm going to hit the button. Thank you, lovely people, for hanging with me. It's always good to have chums around. I need to get that there like that, so I can hit that button there and say thank you so much to Sam Wheatley, who did us a raid, and to Angel, who did us a shiny cheer of many bits. I shall hope to catch a lot of you later on. Tomorrow I'm planning to go to the moon. Well, actually I'm planning to go to Mimas, but, you know, till Rocket Works guys fix the rocket. Catch you later. We shall be doing mad and curious things. See you soon. Bye.